Hello? Can you guys hear me? Making sure that volume's good, my voice is good. We're here, DSG, but we're definitely not Square. That's for sure. But let me know if you guys can hear me. See if let me know if like the volume's a bit too low or it's too high. But yeah, other than that, welcome. Hey, Renegade. Thanks for joining. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn on the light real quick. Okay, that's much better. Volume seems good. Awesome, appreciate it. But yeah, welcome. We are gonna be playing Metroid Prime Remastered, one of my favorite games of the franchise. The first 3D Metroid title. Had a lot of development issues back in the day when it was coming out, but I'm glad it finally became a finished product, and we are here to enjoy it. And obviously, we're playing the remastered version that just recently came out a couple years ago. So sit back, relax, grab your favorite snacks and drinks, and enjoy the show. We are gonna be playing on normal mode though, because hard mode isn't really too difficult. It's just enemies are just bullet sponges. Yeah, you take more damage, but other than that, there's no change in like there's no change in enemy patterns. Puzzles are about the same. Puzzles are the same. Nothing changes about that. It's just that enemies just take longer to kill, and it's a little annoying. Yeah, Metroid Prime on the original GameCube is pretty cool. But yeah, I was recently playing a hard mode run earlier throughout the week, but it's just like just been playing it on and off. But without further ado, let's jump into this playthrough. Hope you guys enjoy. We're not filthy casuals, by the way. But yeah, we'll do normal. It's a great game. Cool thing about this version of Metroid Prime, it adds a bit of some voice lines in the intro cutscenes, but other than that, not too much. Like Samus doesn't talk. There's really no NPCs that kind of like guide you in the direction that you need to go. Um, it's in all the lore. You kind of have to like use your scan visor to get all the interesting lore bits.
In the vast universe, the history of humanity is but a flash of light from a lone star. The life of a single person should be lost in space and time. But among the stars, there is one light that burns brighter than all others. The light of Samus Aran. Her battles extend beyond her life and etch themselves into history. Here, another chapter of that history will be written.
Sorry, I was just trying not to talk over the cutscene here. Did a practice. Oh, how'd that goes, Renegade? What was your time in the end, or did you not finish your run? Also, for this playthrough, we're gonna do 100%. So that means 100% scans, 100% item collectibles, all that stuff. As we play, you know, if you've never played this game before, or you're one of those players that, man, I missed this one scan, or I missed this one item, I'll show you as I play. Show you like because there's a couple scans that are missable. In terms of items, nothing's missable. You can get 100% item completion. But in this beginning section of the game, there are some missable scans, so be careful with that. Finished it in about 3 hours and 15. Oh, that's pretty good. What's like the world record for that game? I'm not familiar with it at all whatsoever. So, all right. So first things we're gonna do, we're gonna shoot these I'm gonna lock onto these nodes here and shoot them to bring down this barrier. We're gonna scan this little node right here, so we can activate the security here and shoot these little nodes. I'm playing with original tank, the original game controls too, so you know, tank movement. That's just kind of how I'm used to playing these games. I tried using the twin sticks, but it's like, I don't know, it felt weird, in my opinion. So this beginning section is the tutorial. It kind of like the game teaches you how, like, oh, you know, teaches you about lock on, morph ball mode, how to use missiles. So we get to this one room. You want to scan these little guys because these are missable. I could read most of it, but like if I feel like I kind of just want to show you guys what enemies to scan. It kind of just tells you like what when you scan an enemy, it kind of just tells you like their morphology. For example, this guy's called a parasite. They tell you what they tell you like little tidbits of information like of their sometimes their attack patterns or weaknesses, and just a little bit of trivia here and there. Nothing too much. It kind of just gets like the meat and potatoes of like what you're scanning, for the most part. But it's just like, you know, a little bit of like flavor text, which is nice. They're pretty harmless, so you could just kind of just shoot them down. That guy's a space pirate. Little sick. Doesn't do too much damage since he's already kind of like weakened. Oh, hey Rana! Thank you for joining us. Definitely can get around the number down with better movement. Glitchless is glitchless is around 214. That's really good. What time do you want to get, Renegade? What are you shooting for? You want to scan this? This is part of the scan completion for 100%. So basically, map stations are pretty self-explanatory. You step into the hologram, and it just gives you a detailed map of the area you're in. Orange rooms are rooms that you've already visited. Blue rooms are ones that you've yet to visit. But as you can see, I really love the map design of this game because it looks very detailed. It kind of just tells you like how much how big the room is going to be once you step into it, and then like any connecting rooms to it and stuff like that. You'll see more complex map designs as we continue with the game. Putting chicken in the oven, DSG. That's pretty good. Are you? Let's see. It's gonna be a process. No, I get it. That was kind of like me when I started just like casually speedrunning some of these games. Renegade. I'm just like, man, this game is really fun. What are the record times? And I see like runs that are like under an hour glitchless, and I'm just like, I don't know if I can do that, but I can try doing it my own way. And like I'm happy with like the times that I get in some of these games. We're gonna fight some of these pirates. You don't want to scan these pirates. Like they don't add to your scan completion. You do want to scan this turret right here though. That's part of the map completion. But any of the space pirates that you fight here, not at all whatsoever. There is some pirate log data right here that you want to scan. If you see something red, that means it's very crucial, and more than likely it's gonna go towards your scan completion. If it's like orange, if on these terminals, if any like terminals that show like any like these orange squares, they're not super important. They just give you like some flavor text. But for the most part, you kind of want to scan red stuff and creatures and some research equipment that I'll show later on. So this one's like our first pirate data entry. I'll read the important scan logs to give you some of the important lore and flavor text here. So space pirate encrypted data decoded. Log 09.992.3. Zebes has fallen. Maybe it's Zebes. I never really remembered how to pronounce that planet. Anyways, all ground personnel are presumed dead, either killed by the hunter clad in metal or in the subsequent destruction of the underground facilities. Our research frigates Orphean, Syracuse, and Volparagon were in orbit at 0 hour and managed to retreat. Frigate Orphean is now docked at Vortex Outpost. Orphean's cargo appears to have a 100% survival rate. Metroids are healthy, but on restricted feeding schedules due to uncertain supply status. We are ready to begin research on the Metroids and other promising life forms. Security status remains at gold blue. No signs of pursuit from the hunter. So the pirates like to call Samus the hunter for obvious reasons. So this game takes place immediately after the original Metroid. So they're that log pretty much states like that the pirates have lost Oberyn Thebes, and they're just kind of just escaping and continuing their research elsewhere. Chicken's so good. This one's a bit healthy, but we can take him down no problem. Later on, we're gonna get to some areas in the game where like the pirates are just relentless with their attacks. These turrets can easily be taken down by missiles. So we're almost nearing the tutorial boss of the game. Pretty easy boss too, by the way. It's easy to take down. I'm gonna try some glitchless ocarina runs. Well, those are gonna be. Oh yeah, glitchless ocarina is like. Honestly, it's like an art because like, I see it. I've seen those runs and they look insane, especially the ones that like, that are kind of like no logic. Meaning you kind of have to go out of your way to just kind of like do like the most crazy things possible to get to certain dungeons or acquire certain items. I like that kind of stuff. I like the kind of stuff that you can do in games, where it's like, yeah, you could do a normal speed run, or you can try some broken stuff. But what are your guys' opinion? What are your guys' opinions on it? Oh, we need to scan the save room. This is part of our this is our part of the 100%. So we're gonna save. I never thought about the Metroid timeline. Where does Super Metroid fit in? So the timeline goes Metroid 1 or Zero Mission, because Zero Mission is the remake of 1. Then it's the Prime games. So Metroid Prime 1, Metroid Prime Hunters, Metroid Prime 2, and then Metroid Prime 3. Then it's Metroid 2. Or Metroid 2, The Return of Samus, or the remake Samus Returns on the 3DS. Then it's Super Metroid. Then it gets kind of funky because apparently they just recently revealed that Metroid Prime 4 takes place after Super Metroid, but like it's like its own timeline, which it was kind of weird reading that article. And then so yeah, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond and Other M take place after Super Metroid. Then it's Metroid Fusion. And then it's Metroid Dread. Movement up the route I've seen. It's all about movement up. Yeah, you kind of have to be like on. You have to be like on fleek with those movements. That's a good thing when it comes to like the tools that we have in terms of like, you know, hiring a pretty knowledgeable dolphin or a pretty knowledgeable emu from Australia. They gave us those tools to practice certain parts of the game. But anyways, this is our first boss, the Parasite Queen. It's a very, very easy boss, but we're going to scan her real quick for the 100% completion and read the data entry on it, because it's a boss. So, Parasite Queen. Parasite female, genetically enhanced by an unknown means. We'll find out what that unknown means is as we play through the game. A weak spot has been detected in this creature's mouth. Use your auto-targeting to acquire this new target. Scans indicate the presence of a potent mutagen, origins unknown. Creature exhibits the ability to fire weapon-grade blasts of energy from its mouth, a trait not present in the standard parasite genome. It appears the pirates have begun a bioengineering program with considerable results. Okay, now that we've done that, we can just kill it. And that's it. That's the Parasite Queen. Goes on pretty easy with the salvo of missiles. I think I prefer watching glitchless 100% runs, maybe with some minor glitches like sequence breaking. Yeah, I do too, Run. Like, if you watch any of like the crazy like Super Metroid runs that people do on their free time, like it's insane. Like the world record for that game is like really, really fun to watch. Definitely recommend it. Don't get me started on Zelda, alternate Zelda timelines. I'm a Zelda fan. Oh yeah, dude, the Zelda timeline is a mess, but it's our mess. But after killing the Parasite Queen, we have to escape the frigate now because it fell into the core, that is the reactor core, and that's gonna cause the whole frigate to blow up. So we have about 7 minutes because that's all we can spare. But I do love Zelda games. My favorite one will always be Twilight Princess. That's one game I love replaying a lot and also getting 100% on. The only thing I really, well, I say 100%. My own 100%. I think I normally just don't like going for the posts. I find them a little boring to get, in my opinion. Come on, Sevens. It's faster to go down Morphball mode because of all these slopes. Good thing is, like, you don't really take a lot of damage when it comes to these enemies, anyways. Hey, but I hope you guys are having a good weekend overall. I have to go back to work on Monday, and I don't want to do that. I forgot about this part. Yeah, let's see here. So Twilight Princess is definitely one of my favorite ones. Can't forget about classics like Ocarina. I love Majora's Mask. I'll definitely probably be playing some of those games on the channel. I haven't played all of them though. I haven't played Spirit Tracks. I haven't played whatchamacallit. I haven't played the Oracle. I lie. I have played Oracle of I think it's Seasons or Ages. It was one of them, but I never beat it. That's definitely something I have to do. I love Link's Awakening though, both the original and the remake. Trying to survive summer? Yeah, summer's... Oh yeah, because you're in the southern hemisphere, so it's summer for you guys there. But I say that, but it's not really that cold in my area right now. It's kind of like very bipolar. Some days will be warm, others will be cold. It's honestly a coin flip. I hate it. I'm the same. I only get 20 for the... Yeah, that's exactly what I do too, Renegade. Like, I just go 20 for that bottle, and that's it. So I can get that 100% item completion. Because, like, the pose are just, I don't know. I found them a little boring. Okay, so, like, in every Metroid game, Samus tends to lose her items. Or just, this is definitely one of the stupidest ways, as you're about to find out. So, I'm scanning this terminal so I can activate the elevator. This cutscene happens. An explosion happens as I scan it. The blow knocks me back, and apparently it causes enough physical trauma to depower Samus for the rest of the game, or for this beginning section. So I lose the Varia suit, I lose the Morph Ball, I lose my missiles, I lose the Charge Beam, and the Grapple Beam. All with that little knockback. It's so dumb, but it is what it is. I didn't make the game. In other games, it kind of more or less makes sense, but you know, it is what it is. So we're gonna be getting our items back as we continue through the game. But we just exited the frigate. California winters are like that. Yeah, it's exactly, Renegade. So we get this little cutscene as we escape the exploding frigate, and we see Redley. Good old Riddles there flying in the background. Oh, I never noticed the bodies of some of those space pirates. I don't think they were there in the original for the GameCube. Or maybe they were, but they were very, like, low poly. That's pretty funny, actually. Tracking on enemy target has been lost. Ground-based recon required. Begin landing sequence. Okay, so what I really like about this game is, like, after that tutorial section on the frigate, you're kind of just like you get thrown into the wild, not Breath of the Wild, but just a wild, I guess. And yeah, no, you kind of just get tossed in here, and you get to explore this planet that is called Talon 4. I really love this this first area of the game called Talon Overworld. It's super beautiful. It's very lush. But I really love all the different biomes that there are in this planet. You'll see as we play. But now that we landed here, we are gonna continue the rest of our journey by scanning. Yeah, sure, I'll save. And the first thing we're gonna do is scan our gunship, because that's part of our 100%. Ah, well, I guess we'll read this one too. Hunter class gunship registered to Samus Aran. You can return to your ship to recharge energy, reload weapons, and save progress in the game. Pretty short entry. All right. So we're gonna go that. We're gonna go here because it's the intended route. I'm going to minimize as much backtracking as possible. I'm kind of just gonna focus on getting the major items first, and then we'll do the cleanup towards the end before we fight like the last 3 bosses or so. Okay. The cool thing is, when it comes to like scan entries, you don't have to read the entire. You don't have to keep pressing A to like scroll through the flavor text. You just scan it, and you could just let go of the button, and it just saves it like that. Reading, not reading. Reading's for yellow bellies. We're only really gonna read like the really important stuff, because otherwise we'd be here forever. Trust me. So you want to scan that. You want to scan this guy. Oh, by the way, shout out to all my Zoomers in the chat, which probably there aren't any at the moment. I'm gonna kill some of these guys. The good thing is, even though we only have the power beam as our primary weapon, it shoots as fast as you tap the A button. That's what I really love about this beam. So we're here at our first elevator. I know we just got to Talon Overworld, but we're going to the next major area of the game, which is the Chozo Ruins. A lot of lore here, so we're gonna read the lore at the very least. Oh yeah, if you spend too much time like in one area and you don't know where to go, eventually the game will kind of just like, it has like this hint system, and it'll like guide you on where to go. You can turn that off if you want to, but for me it doesn't really bother me because I already know where to go and I get there fast enough that it doesn't like activate. Anyways, we're gonna read this new Chozo lore that we just happened to come across by. Chozo script translated. The history of the Chozo stretches back into ancient times, so far into the fog of the past that we know that know where our ancestors came from. One thing is clear. However, the Chozo who considered Talon 4 made a conscious choice to eschew a civilization of advanced technology. We Chozo chose to live in harmony with nature, guided by the providence of the universe. We believe we will spend peaceful days here and plan to leave our words from time to time. Alright, so let me show you how this hint system works. So you press plus. It'll show you where your current location is, and then it'll show you where you want to go. It doesn't exactly give you like an exact path on where to go. You kind of have to like figure that out yourself, but it gives you like a general idea of where to go. So we're gonna go there. 6, 7. Rona. Why? I'm gonna have to time you out for that now. Okay, so some enemies are gonna spawn right here. You can fight them, or ignore them. Either way, they're pretty weak. I'm gonna scan this door because it's part of research. I can't open that door yet because we need missiles to open these blast shields. That's basically what it tells you to do, anyways. So we're gonna head up these steps, go down this door. Oh, we're gonna scan these guys too. Oh, we need to scan the energy as well. Every time the game says, every time when you scan something and the game says recorded to logbook, that pretty much tells you that like, oh, that's towards your like your 100% item completion. For example, that guy, his name is Ion. He doesn't do much, but you could just shoot him, and you'll stop. Ooh, that felt kind of weird. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. More lore. I'm gonna read this lore. Did you guys see that South Park was making fun? Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see the full episode, but I saw like a clip of it. I haven't watched South Park since. Don't even understand what it means. Just know. I haven't really either. I saw it in the clip. That's the funny thing about South Park. They'll just make fun of anyone or anything. So we're gonna read this lore piece real quick. Many long years have passed since we Chozo first took root in this land. The passage of time has always been a source of fascination to us. It is the belief of many Chozo sages that the truth of the universe hides within the tumbling currents of time's flow. Even as we search for answers there, however, we find illumination in other unexpected places. We know not how the ability has come to us, but recently many Chozo have begun to sense things beyond the realm of ordinary perception. Strange sights and inexplicable sensations flood our minds, filling us with visions. We take this time-growing ability to be a sign of our burgeoning harmonization with the infinite. Perhaps finally the universe's secrets are becoming known to us. So, for some that don't know, the Chozo are Samus's adoptive family. They took her in as a kid when her colony was destroyed by Redley and a bunch of pirates. Redley was actually the one that killed Samus's mother. Like, right in front of her eyes. Gen Alpha is a joke. Yeah. Their jokes just don't hit the same, if I'm being honest. Can you guys think of like one joke in our generation where it's like, why is this a meme? This shouldn't even be a meme. Why are people making this into a meme? Because I can't think of one right now because I'm kind of focusing on the game. Not that there's much going on, but we're at that area that the hint system told us to go, and I'm actually about to be fighting like a mini boss because as you can see, that's our missile launcher, and we kind of need that to progress through the game. Yes, Ridley's like really rude. Can I have cheeseburger? Yeah, I can see that one being like an unnecessary meme. Okay, let me just scan these guys. So once you kill like all the wasps that it spawns, the main totem opens its mouth, and you can damage it. The cool thing is, like, I know they're moving pretty fast, but like if you pay attention to the top left section of the HUD, it's like a little like radar, and the orange dots kind of signify enemies. And the moment I see them stop, it's when I know like, oh, I can just turn around and shoot where they're at. How do I ban Renegade for making me lose the game? These guys are annoying though. They're kind of annoying in hard mode because like they'll do a bit more damage and they'll take a bit longer to kill too. But it's nothing too. It's not like a. How do I say it? It's not really. You should still be able to like win or beat this mini boss with no problem whatsoever if you just like focus a little bit on where the enemies stop. Okay, sure. There we go. That takes care of this mini boss. I think I want to say I did scan that guy. Hopefully I did, because it'd be kind of embarrassing if I didn't. Yeah, I did. It's this guy. Okay, cool. Head back real quick. Also, guys, How is the quality on like the video so far? Does it look kind of blurry? Because like on my end it looks good, but I'm not sure if it looks like blurry-ish on you guys. Here's an energy tank. Energy tanks are kind of like the heart pieces of a Metroid game. For every energy tank you collect, it gives you like an extra 100 units of health. So now that we got our missile launcher, we can exit here. Looks good on your end? Okay, thank you, Renegade. Just making sure. Okay, so now that we have the missile launcher, we're going to backtrack to like the main plaza area of Chozo Ruins and get our next get our next power up. We are going to scanned you guys. There's a missile tank over there, so we're gonna use one missile. And to get our first expansion. Every missile expansion gives you an extra 5 missiles, and in total there is 250 missiles, which is a lot. We're gonna need those missiles though, trust me. I already scanned that. Okay, cool. So here's our map station for Chozo Ruins. Let me just show you how like the map looks, at least for the Chozo Ruins. Looks a little bit more complex than the frigate from earlier, but there is one area in particular that looks. It's a bit of a mess to like the first time you look at that map, but honestly, it's just one gigantic hallway for the most part. Not a lot of like interconnecting areas, but just like if you zoom out of that map, it's just massive, and it looks like it's a man. It's like a lot. It's a lot to. It looks like it's a lot to digest, but that's not really the point. Really wish I had that charge beam right now. I'm gonna save right here real quick. I think the main issue is that we don't really experience brain rot until we were teenagers. Our brains were mostly fully developed, whereas Gen Alpha have been consuming. That's true. The age of technology has definitely been a blessing and a curse for the most part, because like since a lot of us have a lot of the younger generations tend to have easier access to like the internet via phones, tablets, laptops. Back then, back in my day, I didn't really oh, I need to scan this actually. Yeah, back in my day, I didn't really I didn't really have like a phone until like I was like towards the end of my middle school career, beginning of high school, I want to say. It just kind of happens, you know. People grow up differently, especially it really depends on what country they're from too. I was just like happy to have. I was just kind of happy to have the things that I grew up with. Never really asked for much. And now that I have my own job and my own money, like I could buy whatever I want. But obviously, I'm still responsible with it. At least try to be, because you know bills suck in the end. YouTube poop has broken the barriers to fully develop. Yeah, that's fair. You know, my brain rot. My brain rot will always be SpongeBob quotes, and this character in the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy named Fred Burger. For those of you who remember Fred Burger, very one-dimensional character. Okay, so we're at the next part where we're at the next room where we need to collect the morph ball now, and as we were about to collect it or grab it, these guys spawn and ruin the fun. A bunch of them spawn, and then after you kill all of them, you know, after you kill all of them, you know, dad or mom comes out to play. This guy's pretty easy. You can't hurt the front of it because of its hard-plated carapace, but you can definitely hurt that thing on its butt. I think you just need a missile. There we go. So you just dash out of the way, shoot a missile, because like when you lock on, missiles have homing capabilities, making fights pretty easy. So here we have the morph ball. Brazilian El Chavo poops are my wig. Oh, dude, El Chavo del Ocho is like so funny, Rona. Like I used to watch that show all the time as a kid. It's a show for my American friends. It's a show that usually just like airs on like Latin American countries. It's really funny. We called sandwiches flap readies and they cost 4 playing cards a bite. It's pretty funny. Oh yeah, it's still funny to this day. I saw like a few episodes of the animated series and I thought they were okay. Rocko's Modern Life and Ren and Stimpy, those shows are complete insanity. Man, like those shows. So Rocko's Modern Life is definitely one of my favorite shows back then when I used to watch as a kid. Ren and Stimpy was also pretty funny, in my opinion. But I also felt it was like one of those shows, like looking back, I'm just like, you know what? Maybe it's a show that I shouldn't have watched as a kid because like, looking back at it now, like a lot of the innuendos in that show were just, were off the rails. But it's pretty funny though. Alright, so now that we have the morph ball, we are going to continue our little exploration of the Chozo ruins here. We're going to read this piece of lore too. It's been a show that's been airing for 50 years. I never knew it was airing for that long. That's pretty good, actually. I didn't watch Billy and Mandy much when my sister did. Okay, yeah, Billy and Mandy was just a funny show to me. I got exposed to it at an early age. The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceeded our expectation. We Chozo have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when the power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. So we're gonna find out later on what the great poison is in this game. But currently that's what the Chozo call it. It actually has an official name in the game. Wanna scan these guys before they dive bomb me. These guys are annoying. I'm honestly surprised that show got past this. Yeah, for real. That show was just insane for whatever reason. Scan this guy. You cannot kill these guys, but you can stun them by shooting the eye on the vine. I scanned that right? Yeah, I did. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is... Okay, I'm not gonna scan that just yet. What I will do though is kind of just make it here. I really love the music in this game, it's so good. Like just the ambience in general. I just scanned that actually. I think this one's 5? Yeah, okay. Save room? I don't think I don't need to save right now. Save later. But right now we're gonna make our way into getting our next upgrade, which should be the charge beam. But not before collecting our next expansion behind this wall. Because we're gonna need more missiles. All of the missiles. I need to scan these runes ahead of time so I can open the door that's guarding the charge beam. One right there. There's one right there. And there's 2 towards the end. There's one right here. And the last one should be against this wall. When you scan all 4, you just scan the last one here that pops up on the wall. And now the door's unlocked. And there's the charge beam. But we're gonna read this piece of lore first. Disaster struck suddenly. We had a vague, dark foreboding, and became truth. A meteor appeared from nowhere, casting a dark shadow of debris over the land with the violence of its impact. Its destructive force spent, the fallen star burned itself out rapidly, and the incident should have faded into memory. But the meteor brought with it corruption. A great poison burst forth into the land, a strange energy that clawed at natural life with a ferocity. That strange and negative energy emitted from the meteor expanded to encompass Talon 4 in the night, as a spider weaves a web. And here is the charge beam. The toenail, oh, the toenail episode. I hated that toenail episode in SpongeBob. It was like heavily unnecessary to animate. Like, I'm like, why? There have been some episodes, I think, after like the first SpongeBob movie that just like they go into like this weird like gross factor. It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, it's like, why? This is a kid's show. It's a very gross scene. Renegade thinks by moving. Oh yeah, yeah. It's. I know. That's exactly what we're just talking about. Yeah, that's. It's super gross. I always hate like the first time I saw that scene. I'm just like, why? We used to walk 15 miles to go, but if you guys know this reference. Oh, okay. I don't think I understand that reference, Renegade. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have the charge beam. We are now gonna climb this little section here to get the Oh, what a cool thing about the charge beam is that you can use it to like suck up any refillables. It comes in very handy. I barely missed that laser. I don't even know how that happened. I need to scan that locked door over there. There we go. So locked doors usually happen one or two ways. You either have to, in order to unlock some of these locked doors, you either have to solve a puzzle or kill all the enemies in the room. Kind of like a Zelda game, basically. Scan this guy. So we are on our way to our next mini boss. A lot of mini bosses, like in this first section of the game. But we do need to get our gear back for better survivability. Why would he have toenails? Well, you tell me, Renegade. I'm not the one that animated that episode. This guy's pretty easy. You kind of just have to like dodge its flamethrowers for the time being until like the little center until like its little eye pops up on top. But every time you hurt it, it shoots its flamethrower upwards and disrupts the wasps resting in that nest, which are also part of an entry. These are missable, by the way, so every boss is missable, and in particular, those wasps are missable. I think you should go down within one more hit. There we go. It's from Rugrats. The grandpa character would always say, "We used to walk 50 miles to." Oh, that's right. He would always say some stuff like that. So our next power up, our next upgrade is the Morph Ball Bomb. Super useful item. It was King of the Clit until SpongeBob came along. Yeah, I do remember watching Rugrats a lot when I was younger. So with Morph Ball Bombs, we can break certain materials that the game likes to describe are being made out of brimstone or telluric alloy. But it doesn't matter. I know where all the bombable spots are anyway. So YouTube, please don't take that out of context. Oh wait, we need to wait. We need to have this guy suck us up while in Morph Ball mode. We lay a bomb inside of him and he just blows up and dies. This is a morph ball. This is a morph ball slot. If you place a bomb while inside a slot, it activates this mechanism right here, which is like part of a little puzzle that we need to do in order to unlock that door up there. And you get a timer for doing so. But the timer is pretty generous. As you'll see. I have this game but haven't played it. I should. Please do DSG. It's such a good game. It's beautiful. It still holds. Even the original still holds up pretty well. Like it looks pretty. It's one of the better looking Switch games in my opinion. We need to climb on these platforms. And this should be the final slot here. And that activates that those last set of platforms and unlocks that door. But we're not gonna go there just yet because the only thing that's behind that door is another energy tank and a track that we can't currently climb up on until much later on. So I'll just get it like on the revisit later on. Although I didn't really. Yeah, I remember watching All Grown Up as well. Renegade, like, it felt kind of like meh. There were some good episodes for sure, but like for the most part, I was just like, it's not really a show I feel like watching. We're gonna do a quick save real quick because we're gonna fight the first major boss of after the Parasite Queen. Yeah, the episodes that Steven Hillenberg didn't make aren't canon. Yeah, I can see that. I think with some of those episodes after that weren't made by him they were trying to be a little too ambitious, but it didn't work out. Obviously, there are some good ones in my opinion, but like they're way too few and far in between. Okay, I wanna this. We can blow up these blocks with the Morph Ball bombs. As we're climbing up this room, we actually have to scan these runes to unlock a door at the top. Otherwise, it'd be a pain in the butt to have to like. Actually, I feel like I missed one. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna retrace my steps real quick. Could be wrong. Oh, there it is. I knew I missed one. Good thing I went back. The only episode I remember was when they parodied Yu-Gi-Oh! And Chucky was obsessed with it. Oh, dude, yeah. Isn't that when he was trying to like collect like the Red Dragon mirror card or something like that, and then he gets it by the end of the episode? And then our last room should be right behind us. There it is. That opens up the door. Little safety safe. Yeah, that is correct, ESG. Think of it like this. It's the complete opposite of Batman Forever. In regards to what, Renegade? Sorry. Oh, in regards to like Metroid Prime? I mean, I feel like any... That's not saying a lot considering Batman Forever was a pretty crappy game and movie. I think I enjoyed it as a kid, but I think I rewatched it like somewhere in like my teen years, and I'm like, I don't remember. I'm like, this movie isn't as good as I recall. Okay, so behind this door, we're gonna fight our first boss. Two scans to this boss: the tentacles and the main body itself. Fun fact about this boss: in the original GameCube release of Metroid Prime, the music loop for this boss was like broken, so it looped after about maybe like 10 or 15 seconds, and you didn't get the full theme. Alright, we're gonna scan the tentacle. I'll read the boss entries though, and anything that goes along with it. One of Flogger's tentacles fills this narrow drainage channel. Analysis indicates that Flogger's central nervous system is located at the base of its structure. Let me scan you guys. Come on. There we go. Flogger, this mutant plant is the source of the toxic water in the ruins. Flogger's growth cycle has been radically accelerated. As a result, it requires near constant exposure to solar energy to remain active. This exposure has made Flogger's outer shell thick and durable. Its lower root system is unprotected and vulnerable. However, exploit this flaw when possible. Concentrated weapon fire can daze it for short periods. So, if you shoot Flogger, you can stun it. But you gotta the main primary thing you gotta do is shoot those little like solar panels, so it can fully stun it. It retracts those tentacles. And as you can see, there's a morph ball slot in there where you can place a bomb, and that is how you hurt the boss. You do this 4 times and it dies. But every subsequent time it comes back up, more solar panels pop up as well, as you'll see right now in this little cutscene. Wait, what did you say? My curse is having a JRPG heavy backlog, but doesn't need to get through before I can buy a new game. Honestly, Rona, backlogs are just... I wish I had the time. If you get too close, he kind of just swings at you. Okay, I'm stuck on some geometry right now. Okay, so when you stun it, it stays dazed like that for a couple of seconds. If I was playing hard mode, it would take more shots to like stun it, by the way. Okay, so now we have to shoot down 3 solar panels. Should be able to make it just in time. There we go. Barely made it. Oh, hey, Tanavane. Thanks for joining. We're just fighting Flogger right now. I'm waiting for the heat to chill out a bit before continuing Dragon Quest 2. But then I have Fantasia and Persona 5 and SMT5. You're gonna have a lot of fun with Persona 5 and SMT5, trust me, Rona. I really liked SMT5. Super fun game. Okay, let's not do this. I like to lock onto the boss so I can dash and get to the next solar panel as quick as possible. So one charge beam or a missile completely knocks the solar panels out of commission here. Where's the tentacle? Oh, I need to get over there. Oh, come on. Before he wakes up. There we go. And that takes care of Flagra. If I have the time for it, for real. It's a lot of commitment with those RPGs. Yeah, no, DSG, that's probably why it's so angry all the time. It's kind of like Scyther. I don't think Scyther's pretty good at giving hugs. And if it did, well, GG's. Yeah, but killing Flagra detoxifies the water, so now you can actually step in it without getting hurt. That's actually one thing I forgot to mention. It's like the water in Chozo Ruins was a bit toxic. So defeating Flagra gets us the various suit. It is the suit that you saw at the beginning cutscene of the game, with the big shoulder pauldrons. What the various suit does is it gives us a big defense boost to enemy attacks. It also protects us from extreme temperatures from the heat and the cold. And obviously it gives us the look that most people recognize Samus with. So now we have the various suit. I feel like it's like one of the I think from like most Metroid games, this is like one of the games where you get like the various suit the fastest, depending on like first time playthroughs and all that such. I need to scan this. Come on. Part of our research log. It is a very iconic look, I agree. Scan this guy. I can't kill this guy yet. It's very annoying. Well, we have to get a new weapon down the line in order to kill it. Jump on this rock. Scan these guys. You could scan them later, but I always like scanning them like right here. There's some Chozo lore here. We're gonna read this. The cries of the dying land echo in our ears as we Chozo watch the Great Poison seep even further into the living pulse of the planet. The dark energy sinks into the trees and waters, devouring all life. Peaceful beasts die by the thousands. Some creatures survive, but their forms grow as twisted and evil as the forest that fell from the sky. Many of these mutated monstrosities remain small enough to do little harm, but others grow enormous and threaten our very existence. One such beast defiles our sacred fountain, disgorging poison from its foul form, replacing pure flowing water with cascades of creeping death. Even in the face of such horror, we Chozo do not turn in fear. We are all that stands in the way of this great poison, and it is our duty to contain it. So the way that the way that Chozo talks about this great poison is like it's basically like a massive cancer that brings death to creatures that are most of the time it just brings death, but there are some creatures that actually are able to withstand the great poison and mutate into these feral monstrosities down if they're exposed to it for long periods of time. So we're gonna make a little detour here so we can grab this missile tank by experimenting with a new little thing with bombs you could do called the bomb jump. So every time you lay a bomb in morph bomb mode, if you're near it, it will force you to jump, like so. So I'm gonna lay a bomb, and the moment I'm up in the air, I'm gonna lay another bomb so I can break open this gate that's blocking the morph ball slot, like so. Now I can jump into it. But then you wonder, oh, how do I get to the one that's even higher? Well, you kind of have to do some time bomb jumps. So what I like to do is I lay a bomb, and the moment before that bomb goes off, I lay another bomb, and the first bomb will go off, and while I'm in the air, I'll lay the final bomb, and and if I time it correctly, it should give me consecutive bomb jumps. So I'll demonstrate right now. So bomb, bomb again, bomb again, bomb, bomb. There you go. If you're playing like the Wii version, like the Metroid Prime Trilogy version of this game, the game comes installed with like a free with the spring ball, and what the spring ball does is like you can jump while in morph ball mode by just flicking the Wii mode up. The remastered version also comes with that feature, but you have to play it like in the other control configurations, so like twin stick, motion controls and all that jazz. But the classic GameCube layout does not come with morph ball, with the morph ball jump, with the spring ball. The future is a vague thing, ever changing and always in doubt. Even if we chose to gain the ability to foresee the future, it would be a hollow gift, for we can never hope to control what has yet to occur. The fountain is an example of this. The day may come when its water dries up, and there is nothing we could do to stop such a tragedy. But we do not know this. But we do know this. Unlike the uncertain flow of water, the power of our will is strong and enduring. The will of the Chozo will never run dry. So even though the Great Poison has been, laying waste to the planet, the Chozo are finding ways to like stop it, contain the threat, or just waiting for the day that they are safe. So we're gonna come to this door and grab this energy tank and hopefully not fall off. Otherwise, we'd be losing some precious time. So we're gonna double back here and go down that elevator that we passed through a couple rooms ago. Go down here. And this will take us to our next major section of the game, called the Magmore Caverns. And this section is filled with nothing besides new enemies and other creatures. It's basically like the lava section of the game. So we're just gonna jump down here. There's no fall damage, so don't worry. And we made a good amount of progress, so we'll make another save here. Scan this guy. This guy can't be hurt by our standard beam or our charge beam, so we gotta kill it with missiles. Careful with the jumps here. I like the theme of Magmore Caverns here. It's actually a remix from one of the areas in Super Metroid. I'm gonna scan our new enemy here. This is the titular Magmore, just a big lava snake. Very annoying. Most of the time, they're just a big obstacle, but they're very easy to kill. Same with these buffers. They die pretty quick to like single shots from the power beam. But they leave behind like this smoke. But eventually it dissipates after a couple seconds. Oh, another thing too. We're gonna get this right now before I forget. There we go. So this is called an artifact, and we need to collect all 12 of these in order to beat the game. How did I know that was there? Well, I played this game a bunch of times. But it's best to get it right now on our first visit to Magmore, instead of just having to backtrack all the way for it. because you know if it's your first time playing the game, you're not gonna know about these things, and you're gonna waste a lot of time. I'm gonna bomb this wall. Bomb this as well. Ugh, that looked weird. You guys are a little annoying. If they grab you while you're in morph ball mode, they kind of just like spit you back out. But they'll grab anything that's like round, so if they grab the morph ball bombs, they just grab them and they explode and they die. So what we want to do, we're gonna grab our next little missile expansion. Gonna drop down here into this little cubby. Go in morph ball mode and be very careful with these Triclop enemies. There we go. Take this path that's over here into this other morph ball tunnel. Where's the door? Oh. There it is. Hope you guys are enjoying the playthrough so far. I'm gonna do my best to like fly through it because it can be a lengthy game, but for the most part, like it's it's longer than your usual like 2D title for sure. And if it's like your first time playing it, like expect maybe like a 12, 15, maybe 20 hour run. I forgot how long. It's been a long time since I played this game for the first time, so I don't even remember what my time was. But obviously, the more I played it, I kept improving my times, my routing, all that such. I am not a professional speedrunner by all means. I just like to play the game at my own pace. Show these guys. Gonna destroy some of these turrets before they... There we go. I know we just got to Magmore, but we're actually about to leave Magmore so we can enter the next major area of a game here, or the next major area called Fendrana Drifts. It's basically like the ice world. I'm gonna time some bomb jumps real quick so we can grab our next energy tank. There we go. Last round was about her. So I hadn't played him quite a while, so I forgot what everything is, and I go back and get powers from down. Oh yeah, no, that's understandable, anyway. But I feel like this game like just lives rent free in my head, and I kind of just know where everything's at. There are some like expansions where I'm just like, man, where was this one again? Or like I always have to like double check the map, like, wait, did I get everything? So I kind of expect that as I do my best here to collect every item and scan. And that's gonna be my mentality for speedruns. I'm not a pro. I'm just here to exactly renegade. Yeah, we just do our best. But you know, with all that practice, all that time and effort you put into your runs, eventually you could become a pro. It all depends on how you want to go about it too. But you know, hey, if you like playing a game for that long, that you just want to like try everything the game offers you, whether it's like casual speedrunning tricks or like professional speedrunning tricks. You know, hey man, more power to you. As long as you find it fun and challenging. So, I just broke this gate right here because the door above me is locked, and this terminal right here, by scanning it, is going to unlock the door directly above us. So, but we're here. We're in Fendrana now. Fendrana is one of the is one of my favorite places in this game. The music is very calm and serene, but a certain section of Fendrana has some very funky music. You'll hear it later on as we progress through the game. But for right now, let's just take our time and progress through this beginning section of Fendrana. We can't destroy these enemies yet, so, but what we can do is go in between their little electrical lines in morph ball mode. They don't do much damage either way, so if you do get hit by them, so no worries. We need to scan these guys. These guys are annoying. These are Shigots. You can't hurt them from the front. You kind of have to shoot the shell on their back, but we're not going to fight them right now. We're just going to skip them because, for the most part, they are a bit of a nuisance. We need to scan these guys because these guys are missable. They only appear in this room, and eventually they get replaced by different enemies, and they never spawn anywhere else. Why that is? Why does that happen? It's a great question. Wish I knew. So DSG and I are getting ready to do BSP. Thanks for streaming, Smithing for. Yeah, of course, dude. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Ow. Some more here. I chose a script translated. As the great poison reaches even further into the planet, we Chozo begin to feel the gnawings of despair. Before it is too late, we now make our last stand. We have begun to build a temple to contain this darkness. As its heart, we will place a cipher. A mystical lock powered by the 12 artifacts and filled with as much power as we Chozo can harness. We wonder though, even when we are done, will it be too late? And will the power of the temple and the cipher itself prove strong enough to hold back that poisonous tide that even now swells within the ground, threatening all life? Okay. So something here. I want to scan this. For whatever reason, this is part of like this stalactite is part of the 100% scans. But we'll break it right now before. Actually, no, I'll break it later. For now, I'm just gonna go in morph ball mode to dodge these guys. Because we are ready to collect our next power-up. But before I do that, I am going to scan this little lore. So many creatures suffer beneath the blight upon the land, and we Chozo are no exception. But for all of our pain, we can at least believe in the promise of the future. We have come to believe that a time may never come when we can once again open the door and banish the darkness we've contained. Even so, our vigilance will forever remain. We believe that on some far-off day, a savior will come and continue what we have begun. For that savior, we will leave our ancient weapons and armor. The soul who can gather them all will be the entrusted one, the only being who can reverse the evil that grows here. That's a little bit of a... They're kind of referring to Samus at this point. And this is how you fight a Shigoth, as long as you're like behind them the entire time. They're very slow and sluggish when it comes to turning around, so as long as you don't give them the time to turn around, you should be able to defeat them pretty easily. So we're gonna scan that terminal, and that should give us a path to our next item here. And the next item that we're gonna be collecting here is the boost ball. It's a very nice upgrade for the morph ball. So when you hold B, you build up this charge, and you basically turns into a section of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, as you'll see right now. You can use you can use the boost ball to like climb up like some of the to gain some momentum. And climb certain higher grounds. You can also use the boost ball to activate certain mechanisms as well, called spinners, as the game calls them. Yeah, but now we could just zoom by a bunch of stuff. Even here. We are gonna exit this section now. And we are actually going to backtrack all the way to Talon Overworld, because that is where our next upgrade will be, but not before seeing this little cutscene of Ridley flying above us. Gonna jump down here. Oh. Even though I'm in the water. Unfortunate. That's fine. Yeah. Bit of a drink here. I know most people like to say that, like, oh man, Magmore Caverns is so boring, you know, it's just one gigantic hallway, which it is. Which it is, yes, I will say that about it. But like, people always think like, oh, you know, you're always backtracking through this area. There's not really much there's not a lot to do here. All valid criticisms of Magmore Caverns, but like, I honestly like don't mind. The more I've played this game, the better I've improved like my routing on it. Like, I know where to go so I can minimize the backtracking on this area. Actually, I know a better shortcut to get us to Talon Overworld instead of just backtracking all the way through this. Through like the beginning section of Magmore, and then to oh, I did not mean to do that. I got a little too greedy there with my jump. There's another elevator here that will lead us back to Talon Overworld. That's what I really like. What I really like about this game, like, there's a bunch of elevators that like, this world just feels. The interconnections in this world feel great. It makes for backtracking purposes very fluid if you know what you're doing and you know where to go. And obviously, you know, like I keep saying, the more you play this game, the better you'll get at your routing. Not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's supposed to be the point, Rona. But for some people, I guess, you know, backtracking through certain areas, they just find it very tedious, and I'm like, it's not that bad. It's like, you're playing a Metroid game, not a Zelda game. I mean, there is some backtracking in Zelda, but not to the point where, like, oh man, I forgot this. Oh man, I forgot that. Oh no, it's not that bad. Unless you're like trying to go for like 100%, you're gonna like revisit certain areas for like certain heart pieces and uh, quiver expansions and all that stuff. But for me, like I don't know, I never really found like backtracking in Metro games to be like super tedious. Yes, there are gonna be some games that are more tedious than others, but like other than that, like it's not that bad, and it's also part of the experience. Well, you know, we just took that elevator right now since it sends us to this one section of Talanoble World, which is actually a pretty big shortcut in my opinion to like the next item we're supposed to be getting. So as we make our way up here, you're gonna see where we're gonna pop up pretty soon, and you'll be like, oh wait, I remember this area. Wow, I barely scanned it before it died. So we are gonna... There is a half pipe here that we... So we're back in this room now. Like, right before the elevator to Chozo Ruins. And this half pipe here will lead us to our next power-up. Fusion does make it annoying. I've never 100% because I was running to a briefing room and get logged into it after not saving. Yeah, the thing about the Fusion though, Tanuvane, is like the game really wants you to use those power bombs to find like certain like. I think that's why the game gives you so many power bombs too, so you can find like these hidden walls to like traverse to like the different sectors. And like, it's annoying on the first playthrough because the moment you get to like the end game of Fusion, it locks you out of like all the sectors, and you can't go back to get the rest of the collectibles. And it makes it really annoying. But like, yeah, it's all the sectors are interconnected to like these hidden behind these hidden walls, which I feel is a bit of a dumb game design because like, how are you supposed to know that these hidden walls are right here? But I guess it's a Metroid game for a reason too. So. Small rant aside, we now have the space jump boots, which let Samus jump twice in the do a mid-air jump. Okay, and we are back in the first area where we landed in. But now that we have our space jump boots, we are actually gonna backtrack back to Phendrana to get our next power up. Fun fact, if I was playing the original 1.0 version of Metroid Prime on the GameCube, I could have done this special, like, this nice little speedrunning trick called the Scan Dash, where if I align myself properly while I'm on top of my ship, I can scan something on the distance, stay locked on, and kind of like dash, but then let go of my scan at a specific time so I can get a nice little boost while I dash and land on the little cliff side to the right of my ship, which will allow me to collect the space jump right there and then. I don't know if it works on the remastered version, and if it does, you might have to do like, you might have to try a different strategy. It's something that I'll have to look up for sure. Yeah, but we're going to double back to that elevator leading to Magmore, and then from there we'll head back to Phendrana. I'm gonna go here. It's a good thing we have the boost ball. Oh, it barely hit me. Gonna carefully make our way through here so we can get our next missile expansion. That's good. And then we're gonna carefully... All part of the plan. Never punished. Wait for those guys to go off. Takes care of those guys. There's another one above me here. Okay. Now that we made that quick little detour to get the space jump boots, we're gonna head back to Fendrana, and we are actually gonna get our next, our very first beam weapon. So first things first. Could have saved. Need to make this jump. There we go. Scan those guys. Those little ice parasites are actually missable. They only spawn here in another room. Oops, didn't mean to do that. There's a gated door right there, but if you break open this statue with a missile, it is hiding a morph ball bomb slot. You bomb that, and it opens the gate. Wow, I just barely spawned in time. Oh, no problem, Rona. Thank you for joining. Alright, so here's our wave beam, but we can't get it yet because we have to fight these guys first. you kill all 4 of the babies here, eventually Mom shows up and gets mad. This is the actual... So what I've been fighting were actually baby she-goths. This is the mother, an actual she-goth. It is the apex predator of the Fendranatas. Do not shoot it with the beams, because it actually powers up the crystals on her back. What you want to do is, like, after she does her little breath attack, she'll get tired and hyperventilate, and you can lay some bombs behind her. Sometimes that may happen though. You kind of have to bait her into using her breath attack though, as long as you're like right up on her face. Yeah. Don't want to get too close though. You circle around. Eventually she'll get tired. Okay, that means she's close to dying. There we go. You can also shoot like missiles into her mouth after she does a little breath attack, but that takes a lot longer. It's better to just use the morph ball bombs. But now we have the wave beam. And then what the wave beam does is it allows us to to open these purple doors. And just like missiles, it also has homing capabilities when you're locked onto an enemy. It's a really awesome beam. Not my personal favorite, but it's up there. But with the wave beam, we are actually able to destroy these little like bomb enemies. We are now going to continue exploring the rest of Fendrana here. Already scanned that, that's right. Oops. Make this jump back up again. But now we can shoot this guy down. We gotta scan those guys because they don't appear anywhere else, I believe. And eventually, they're missable too, so... Eventually they do despawn and you never see them again. Make it easy if I just... There we go. That's all of them. You can't lock onto those guys because apparently they use some kind of like sonic frequency to block your lock on, so you kind of have to like shoot them manually. This is that spinner mechanism that I was talking about earlier that you can use with the boost ball to activate certain mechanisms. And activating one will be the start of this little puzzle right here. It activates that morph ball slot. And that activates the water here. We're gonna do that twice though, because for the first time we're just gonna go down here. And get this energy tank. Oops, I simply fell. That's weird. We are actually about to enter one of the space pirate research bases here in Fendrana. Thanks, DSG. I hope your stream is going well. You guys are, I believe you guys are doing post game, right? Like the post game over in BDSP. At the save room? I'm not gonna save just yet. I'll save at the next save station. In the Space Pirate Research Station here. This is our first. That's our first space pirate. Going after the Lake Trio and then the League. Oh, okay, right on, right on. Hope the League goes well. I know the League can be a pain in the butt. Especially in BDSP. Alright, so we're about to fight our first set of space pirates here. And I like the little theme that plays for the space pirates. It's a very iconic theme in the Prime series. I swear, sometimes their shots just feel very sporadic and random. What the cool thing about the wave beam too is like a fully charged shot like stuns enemies, and they leave them open for a very long time. And that's all of them. And we are about to open up get our map here for this area. This section is a little tedious, in my opinion. I think it's probably my least favorite part of this game, but it's fine. It's gotta get done. The good thing is it doesn't really overstay its welcome. I'm gonna scan this terminal to open this door. there's some pirate lore to read here. It's pretty good. Our initial tests exposing Talon Force indigenous parasites to Phazon appear to be successful. Increases in strength, size, and aggressiveness are common in all test subjects, as well as unforeseen evolutions like additional poison sacs within the abdomen and the appearance of a second ring of mandibles in several subjects. These creatures were chosen because of their resilience, and it appears possible that given enough exposure to Phazon, they may one day be able to survive on any planet we transport them to. Our methods will have to be refined. We currently have a 100% extinction rate after the 4th infusion period, and most survivors of the 3rd infusion stage are so violent and uncontrollable that they have to be euthanized. Even still, we remain hopeful that further experimentation will result in success. So the pirates here have actually been experimenting with Phazon, which actually is, if you recall, that's what the Chozo called the Great Poison. It's Phazon. And it's basically like a substance, a cancerous substance that can rapidly mutate certain specimens, or if you're not able to withstand the pain, you just straight up die. Mining operations have begun near the crater where Phazon appears to be the most concentrated. Daily Phazon yields have increased 44%, and our mining system becomes more streamlined as personnel and equipment flows increase. Several incidents of Phazon-induced madness have been reported, prompting augmented life support regulations in the deeper chambers. Symptoms include loss of equilibrium, erratic respiration, muscle spasms, and in the most extreme cases, hallucinations. A timeline reassessment for the refinery operation is recommended, as the material proves more unstable than the initial analysis indicated. There's a lot of pirate lore in this area. We have codified the newfound energy resource as Phazon, a V-index mutagen of which we have very little reliable data. Indications point to a meteor of unknown origin expelling Phazon into the environment. This material appears to possess the power to mutate organic life forms sufficiently to withstand its poison. These mutations appear promising, with abrupt evolutionary leaps appearing in single-generation reproduction. Plans to establish a full science team on Talon 4 are being finalized. And there should be the one more right here. Most terraforming and retrofitting of security checkpoints on Talon 4 is complete, but we continue to research the alarming epidemic of breaches by local creatures. Door records show no unauthorized entries, so we must presume the creatures are either slipping in undetected during daily personnel moves, or else finding their way in through subterranean tunnels. We have found many small breaches of this latter sort and plugged them wherever we can, but it is unlikely that we will ever achieve full extermination within our current timetable. Okay, so let's continue on forward as we fight more pirates as well. That should be all of them. No, there's one more actually. That's all of them. Research Outpost Glacier 1, the Fendranados region of Talon Force Mountain, is operating at 85% capacity. Sub-zero temperatures have made the Metroid sluggish and easy to control, even those well into Phazon infusion cycles. Cold containment stasis tanks are sufficient for the juveniles, but some of the larger Metroids have been moved to quarantine caves for safety purposes. Security doors remain an issue, as malfunctions due to ice occur every day. Large predators in the waste are also concerned as they continue to kill personnel and breach secure areas. Unfortunately, it has become clear that our containment teams cannot neutralize all of them without a vast increase in munitions and soldiers. So even the pirates are having issues with the local fauna of Fendrana. Ah, crap. Right. Hey, what's up, system? How's it going? Thank you for joining. We're just we just reached the first major outpost for the pirates here. Checking for time here. We're just reading some of the important lore too, just in case. Phase-on mining is underway. Several garrisons have been established, and terraforming on the Chosen ruins is underway. Security systems are operational, and science team continues to make progress in their biotech research. The Fendrana have proven to be an optimal location for research headquarters, and soon it will be joined by a fully operational combat base and starport. If Command's predictions are half true, we shall rise to dominance in the sector within the decacycle. Truly, these are glorious times. Glorious times indeed. Scans of the spiral sector detected a massive energy spike emanating from a Wanderer-class planet identified as Talon 4. Scout reconnaissance was immediately dispatched to the center of the spike, a landmass at heading mark 40.08.02, returning with planetary samples and atmospheric imaging. Analysis shows this energy source to be an unstable radioactive material of enormous potential. We are unable to form an accurate risk assessment at this time, but we are unlikely to find an energy source this powerful again. Analysis will continue, but currently Talon 4 appears to be a viable secondary headquarters. Yeah, so the pirates are pretty much here to just like mine the phase-on from that meteor that landed in Talon 4. But we're going to use our morph ball here to activate the little puzzle so we can continue further on. That activates these spinners. Oh, come on. The camera. Camera. Doing that little puzzle will actually let us grab our next power up here, but not before I scan the holograms of these two important planets. Where's the other one? There. No. There it is. One is Talon 4. The other one was Zebes, which is the planet where the first game takes place in. Hey, you made it! What's going on, Jack? Hope your day's going pretty well. Hope work is going well for you too, by the way. I want to say, like, after we fight the next major boss, we'll be about halfway done with the game. So this power-up right here is the super missiles. Very, very important item to get in order to beat the game, actually. So what it lets us do is, as we charge when we charge our charge beam with the power beam, instead of letting go of the button, if you press X, you shoot like this very powerful missile combo that does tremendous damage to enemies, especially bosses. Yeah, it's still 100% run. No, I'm not halfway done yet. I want to say when we fight the next major boss, I think it's like the halfway point, or at the very least when we get when we get the gravity suit. That's usually where I like to consider like the halfway point of the game. Okay, so we gotta fight these pirates here. When you kill them, it spawns these flying ones. These guys are annoying. But the cool thing is, you can easily kill them with super missiles. Okay, welcome. But that takes care of that. I want to see if if they left this trick in the game. I doubt it, but I need to climb atop these boxes though. Because if I'm able to do this right now, it saves like a lot of time. I'm not gonna waste too much time on it, so. I highly doubt it works on this version of the game, but it doesn't hurt to try, I guess. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Okay, that's fine. Well, I guess I'll have to come back here later with the plasma beam. This spot always pissed me off because they would go behind the... Yeah, yeah. They do that sometimes. Doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's kind of annoying. But as we continue further, we'll actually have on our encounter with the titular Metroid. Yeah, I'm playing the remastered version system. I have I have it connected to a capture card, and that's linked up to my computer. These are Metroids. Somewhat annoying enemies to fight. If they ever latch onto you, you could just lay a morph ball bomb and they'll get off. But you could easily just kill them with the super missile. Alright, we're gonna read a little bit more lore. Initial transfer of Metroids to Talon 4 research facilities have been completed. 3 were terminated in an incident at the landing site, but the others were pacified and transported safely. Initial phase-on infusion testing is underway. We are eager to observe the effects of phase-on on Metroids, especially their ability to absorb and process the energy given off by phase-on sources. Early research suggests a considerable growth in power and size. Whether the creatures stay stable thereafter remains to be seen. I think there's another piece. Oh, there it is. The reconstruction of Geoform 187, codenamed Redley, was recently completed. After his defeat on Zeeb's, Command ordered a number of metagenetic improvements for him. Though aggressive, we were able to implement these changes in a cycle. The metamorphosis was painful, but quite successful in the end. Early tests indicate a drastic increase in strength, mobility, and offensive capability. Cybernetic modules and armor plating have been added as well. We believe our creation, now called Meta Redley, will become the mainstay of our security force, a job he will certainly relish. Yeah, so so after his defeat in the first game, the pirates took whatever was left of Redley and they just gave him protective shielding, armor, new weapons to use, all that jazz. Come on. There we go. I think there's pirate lore here. Yeah, there is. Confidence is high regarding phase-on applications. We know enough about phase-on now to begin combining it with space pirate DNA. The code name for this venture will be Project Helix. Preliminary studies indicate that phazon infusion could produce radical new pyrogenomes. Benevolent mutation levels are high in current test subjects. Phazon madness is a concern, but refinements in the infusion process should reduce or neutralize the odds of mental degeneration. Did that not kill it? Oh. Is there another one? Okay, we are gonna climb up here. Get this next missile expansion. Just like carefully navigating through this little path. There we go. And get this energy tank too while we're at it. Studies of metrobiology continue, though with limited progress. It seems likely that we will be much more successful using the Metroids for our means rather than trying to reproduce their powers. If they could be adequately tamed, we would have need of a proper understanding of their metabolism. A small force of disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies, and once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Furthermore, if we could then harvest the energy they consume, we would have a near limitless source of power at our disposal. Oops. Oh well. Let me just do that again. Metroid dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research teams have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core in the creature's quadripartite nucleus. But the manner in which a Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. The victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy. Identifying this energy is our central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence could be the key to our ascendance. I think that's it on the lore in this room. Alright, let's just continue. Oh, I need to scan this actually. Whoops. Finally here at the final room. We need to scan these three terminals so that way we can gain access to this new visor we're about to get. But we gotta be careful as we jump our way down. And this item is the thermal visor. It will be able to let us detect certain enemies that like to camouflage, as well as see certain hidden electrical nodes that we need to activate with the wave beam. But the moment we grab this visor, the power turns off in the entire station, and it gets really dark, and we need to use this visor to see properly. It's a little blurry. It really isn't this blurry in the original GameCube release, so I'm gonna try to use this. not as least as possible, because it can be headache inducing in some areas. Gonna be as we make our way out, some of these Metroids are gonna break out. We need to kill them. Running a little low on missiles, but that's fine. We'll get some. We'll get some more down the way. Down the way. It's just very useful to kill Metroids with super missiles because they just die in one hit. So this is the node that I was telling you about. You activate these with the wave beam, and then it activates the door. Probably the worst part of the game is using the worst part of the game is definitely using the thermal visor, in my opinion. We need to scan these guys though. These guys are annoying because they do a bunch of damage. Now we have to make our way out of here by backtracking. I do need one more missile though. Hopefully one of these guys drops one. Or not. There we go. I need some of those missiles. Yeah, normally you just can't see jack without this without the thermal visor. Hey Gabe, how's it going, bro? Thanks for making it. We just got the thermal visor, so we're making our way out so we can fight the Thardus here. How's your weekend? How's your weekend going? How's everyone's weekend going? Hope it's going well. I don't want to go back to work on Monday though. Actually, I think it just. Man, I can't see. Where'd the other guy go? Oh. Man, they made these rooms really dark in the remastered version. It's kind of annoying. Okay, I can't see. This rain? Yeah, it has been raining a lot. It's been like on the rain here has been kind of like on and off in my area. He just died hanging there. Ow. Oh well. Okay, I should probably get some missiles, because I'm gonna need them. Alright, but we're out of that. Out of the research station now. Perfect. Gonna make a quick save here. Shoot this thing right here, the super missile. Then if you activate your thermal visor, there's gonna be like a little node behind it. Shoot that to activate the door. Collect some more missiles along the way, because we are about to fight our next major boss. So this is Stardust, pretty easy boss. Normally what you're supposed to do is, you can't lock onto it normally. You need to use the thermal visor to see the phazon that's radiating from one of its sections and shoot that. So you activate the thermal visor and then shoot that glowing spot. And then once you do enough damage, the part gets exposed and you can finally lock onto it. And you can shoot it off. And once you break off a part, he goes into his own little morph ball mode. But if you lay bombs on his path, it actually exposes the next spot without having to use the thermal visor again, saving you a lot of time. And then you just rinse and repeat until he dies. And then once you do enough damage, he kind of just like gets mad and starts changing the weather, and that's when you have to use the thermal visor to like see better. That's not really necessary. The area, this little boss arena gives you enough room to kind of just like roll around in Morphle mode and dodge most of his attacks. But it just makes this section, as long as you just like lay some bombs before he goes into ball mode himself, it'll save you a bunch of time. And he should get rid of the fog now. Yep. There we go. And that takes care of Thardus. I always like that little part of the cutscene. He just gets conked on the head by a rock. Very close. Very close. But defeating Thardus just gets us the Spider Ball. So now we can actually traverse those little magnetic rails you see on screen. So what I can do is, I need to scan this first though, as it is part of the 100%. So now we have the Spider Ball. We are going to... Okay. Yeah, actually, I do want to go down here. We are actually going to collect our next beam, which should be the ice beam now. But not before doing a quick save. These guys are annoying. We can get an energy tank here, but we need to use the thermal visor to shoot these nodes. One right there. One right there. There we go. The spooter ball. Yep. Okay, so there's, before we go, I'm gonna kill these guys first. Follow this tunnel. Scan this terminal. And that should cool the next tunnel, but then it gives us a time limit, so we gotta do this quick. But at the timer's pretty generous. Here. Scan the next terminal, and that should cool the last tunnel, and that's where the energy tank is. You could either kill this guy normally, or you could just drop the stalactite on him. Give it a couple seconds. There we go. Yeah, just a bunch of little nice little tricks that you pick up here and there. When there's not a lot of like environmental deaths like that one, where you can use like what's around you to like kill an enemy. But when it does happen, it's pretty cool. I'm trying to head back to Chozo Ruins, so I will go up here. Yes. So we're gonna head back up here and then backtrack to get Chozo Ruins to get the ice beam. But at the same time, we're gonna collect another power-up that will be for the wave beam. That's gonna be super useful. And taking down a specific enemy down the line. I should have enough missiles to get this power up too. Oh, I definitely have enough now, I want to say. But first things first, we're gonna shoot this little part of the tree with the super missile. It reveals like this little alcove with this little hollow, and it has a missile expansion in it. We're gonna kill this guy too real quick. And then we are going to use the boost ball to go up this little half pipe. Whoa, that was weird. Okay. If I can align myself properly. There we go. And the power up that I'm looking for the wave beam is behind these couple of rooms here. Or actually, do I want to get it now or later? Actually, I'll come back and get it later when I have the gravity suit, so I can save some time. Yeah, I'll get it now. Okay, cool. Just gonna wait here, wait for the water spout to shoot me up. Grab onto this rail and collect on their expansion. Come on. It's cool having the space jump because I could just skip most of this platforming here. Kill these guys, but you also want to step on this platform so you can double jump up here, drop a bomb, collect another expansion. These guys too. Part of the logbook entry. There's some lore right here we can get. Been a while since we've gotten some Chozo lore. What is this otherworldly pestilence that infests the land, seeking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or is it a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe, as yet is unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps once coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed. And if other meteors from it spread through space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so, that the only surviving remnants of this evil are here on Talon 4. Then at least there is hope for its eradication. Oh, this room has a bunch of lore in it. There's like 3 pieces of Chozo lore here. We'll read this first one. Many Chozo are gifted with a distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of the coming days of on the breath of the wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies, and the most common, tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poisoned womb, the worm grows, devouring from within until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, of course, but we cannot help but fear this dark portent. None know if our temple, the cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it from the world above. However, we believe the power of Cypher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all artifacts in the future. The time when the Entrusted One knows it's approaching. To the Entrusted One, if you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond the description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs. Let go of the button. Believing in the black promise of the great poison, they seek to harness it for their own needs. It is these last that are the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true Entrusted One. So basically what the Chozo are prophesizing is that you are the Entrusted One. You are the one that is supposed to collect these artifacts to fight the worm that is spreading the great poison, or Phazon, into the planet. Those who have beaten the game know what the worm is. It is actually they name drop it later on in the game through some of the pirate logs. But for those who don't know, obviously I'm not going to spoil it. But we're also going to use this half pipe to launch ourselves up to get yet another missile expansion. Gonna go in here real quick. Come on. This is a missile recharge station. As the name implies, it recharges your missiles. These are probably my least favorite enemy in the game. They are Chozo Ghosts. They are immune to all types of weaponry except the power beam. I missed it. But they die pretty easily to a super missile. and then one charge shot afterwards. Piece of lore right here. Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail, existing in a single dimension. They are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence, such as the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness to meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. This will be the entrusted one's trial. No system. Phazon's not an instrument. Well, I guess it could be an instrument of destruction, but I understand what your reference is, though. So we go into Morph Ball mode, and we have that Chozo statue launches up here. And that will activate 3 little nodes here that can be deactivated with our beams. We currently have the wave beam, but we do not have the other 2 beams at the moment. Oh, nice. I usually miss that jump. Continue to this section of the game. We're gonna go here into this little like this little pond, this little like pool that has a half pipe. Lay a bomb here to drain the water, and then use the boost ball to propel ourselves upward. And I think this is the room. This is the room that has the ice beam. Yep. But now we have the ice beam. And now we need to backtrack to Fendrana to get our next upgrade, which should be the gravity suit. Oh, I thought I scanned those guys. I guess not. It's a good thing I did. Cool. That destroys both of them at the same time. Oh, I was trying to see if I can make that double jump right there. But this is what what Phazon actually looks like. flipped on me for a second. So we are back here at the starting area. Probably gonna take the time here to save. And get my ammo replenished too. Then we are going to take this elevator back to Magmore. I use that elevator specifically because it's like it acts as a shortcut, or I guess faster routing to where I want to go to next. You can use the ice beam to freeze these little like flamethrowers. Don't want to jump just yet until that poison dissipates. At this point I really don't care. I have a lot of health. I could just cut through there and just jump in the lava. I think I could just make it by double jumping across this. I hate these guys so much. I just don't like wasting super missiles on them when I could just freeze them. The best way to shoot them is like when they just leave themselves open and start shooting missiles at you. And then we're going to take this elevator up. So now we are on the edge of Phendrana, as the game likes to call it. In this section of Phendrana is where we're actually gonna find our next upgrade. first time I shoot some of these enemies because you can't lock onto them normally. And it's a little annoying. There we go. I think this door, yeah, that's not the right one. Scan this guy, and then we see a new type of Metroid here, a Hunter Metroid. These ones are annoying because they can latch onto you from a distance by shooting their tentacle at you, but they're also susceptible to cold. You just freeze them, shoot them, and they die. Shoot these stalactites. There should be a save room here. And we're pretty close to getting the gravity suit right now. It's a couple of rooms away. You know what these guys are. Down here is a pretty annoying enemy that you can only kill if it opens up its like midsection, I guess. There we go. Okay, cool. Kill the enemies that were roaming the area here. Sometimes the stalactites will like drop on them and kill them automatically, but that's not always a guarantee. So this is the room where we get the gravity suit. We just have to traverse through this area with very, very, very limited visibility. I hope I'm going the right way. I just can't, I can barely tell. Ow. Should be to our right. Just gotta get past these enemies first. Kill that guy, and it should be right there. Yep. So that's our next suit. Come on. And what the gravity suit allows us to do is not only does it gives us better vision while underwater, it lets us move freely underwater as well, so there's no hindrance whatsoever. And obviously, better shielding as well, so we take less damage from enemies. In some of in the 2D titles, it also has the added benefit of granting you immunity from lava, so you will no longer take any lava damage if you jump into it. So these guys are annoying. Just gonna kill these guys with super missile. I don't want to deal with them right now. There's some pirates up here that we need to fight. Then here. We are gonna climb all the way to the top and take that elevator back to Magmore. And then we are gonna head back to Talon 4. Or Talon Overworld, actually. Yeah, but I want to say we're like a little over halfway done with the game now. If I were to like play this normally, I could just... If this wasn't a 100% run, we could just beat the game relatively quick, but obviously this is 100%, so... It'll take a bit more time. Shouldn't take too long though. Okay. But before we head to the next major area of the game, we're gonna backtrack to Chozo Ruins to get that one item for the wave beam. will be really helpful. Oops. I'm gonna make sure that I scan that. So we're gonna head back over here real quick. Do our best to avoid the Chozogos here. We're not gonna fight them. But now that we have the gravity suit, we can go in the water here. Jump up here. And collect our next artifact. Let me see my percentage real quick. So we're at 37% for items and 73% for scans. So we're making some pretty good progress. And then as we ascend this tower, we are going to find that upgrade for the wave beam. So we shoot this these cracked rocks here. Overall, you would need 36 missiles in total to break all of these rocks. If you were playing on hard mode, it would take a lot more. It would take a lot more missiles. Should be the last set of blocks we destroy so we can grab the Wave Buster. It is basically like the super missile combo for the Wave Beam. It'll be really useful for a mini boss later on. At least I like to consider it a mini boss. drop all the way down again. And now we can leave this area. I could collect some of the items here before we head to the next major area, but I'm gonna save that until we have every major item in the game, as it will save us a considerable amount of time. But at the very least, since I'm already here in this room, I can collect 2 missile expansions. One's up here, above this little half-pipe section, and the next one is behind this bombable floor, or wall. Okay, now we can get out of here. Just gonna do our best to like dodge the Chozo ghosts here. That dude was about to snipe me. All right, let's leave the ruins for right now. The area we want to go to is right here. Perfect. Makes getting rid of them pretty easy. Alright, we are here. This is the area where the frigate from the tutorial section of the game crashed, so we are going to be exploring through it to get to the next major area, which is the Phazon Mines, a very, very notorious area of the game. Because not only is there a bunch of space pirates in there, a lot of them you have to beat with certain beam weapons. But it's fine. It'll be fine. So make your way down here. Yeah. If you came here earlier with the ice beam and not the gravity suit, you would find this area to be a little difficult and impossible to navigate through because of the... Oh, crap. There is a node here that's detected by our thermal visor. Shoot out the wave beam and it activates the door again. There are some crabs here that we can scan for our scan completion. Pretty harmless for the most part, you could just boost ball through them. And here is the main reactor where we fought the very first boss of the game. These flying pirates are actually new because they use gravity suit technology, so you want to scan them. But they are still easily susceptible to the ice beam, and you just free them with one shot and shatter them with one missile. The whole gimmick of the underwater frigate is using your thermal visor to find the nodes and reactivate them, reactivate the power with the wave beam. And there's 4 of them here. There's 4 of them in this room. The last one should be up here. Okay, that was a bit wonky there. There we go. Should be like, there we go. That's where the last node was hiding. The other nodes should be one right there, one right there. And we're gonna save here, might as well. Grab our next energy tank, and this part kind of sucks because like if you climb your way up to the top without knowing that you have to activate these nodes, you're gonna have to like backtrack a bit, and nobody wants to do that. So what I'm gonna do is shoot them as I go up. I think there's one up here if I recall correctly. Yep, one right there. Trying to recall how many there are. I think there's 3 and the very last one's up top. On this little grate right here. And that activates the door now. Do want to scan this guy here because I think these guys are a missile scan. The Aqua drone. Same guy as the guys that we fought in the Fendrana research station, but they're underwater now. If I could just time a super missile shot right here. Perfect. That one's dead. Should be another one here. There it is. So what we're gonna do is charge up another shot. And that takes care of that. Don't forget to shoot the nodes right here before you make your way down. Because that is the whole gimmick of this area. There's a bunch of nodes. Oops. Oh, come on. There we go. There is this door can be broken down with the super missile to reveal a missile expansion. Okay, let's continue on. Yeah, no, me too, Jack. Like I remember like the first time I played through this section, I'm just like, man, I kept forgetting that. Oh yeah, I have to turn the power back on. I have to turn the power back on. Come on, dude. At least they're very easy to kill. Perfect. Now what we do is trying to see where the rest of these ones are. There's one right there. One right there. Oh, the other one's right behind me, I think. There we go. But I want to say we're almost out of this area. This area doesn't really overstay its welcome if you know what you're looking for. Gotta scan that guy. And then we just drop all the way down to this door. Oh, okay, I messed that one up. Just gotta time some bomb jumps right here to get the energy tank that's up top. Oh, I could have made it right there. Okay, I got it. Barely made it. Okay, and now we are out of there. That was the crashed frigate. And we are back topside here. These guys are a little annoying. Here is where I want to go next. Yep. So this walkway will lead us to the Phazon mines. As I stated before, this area is just super notorious. If you look at the entire map of this area, it looks like a massive maze, but it's actually just one gigantic hallway. It happens to be separated by like three levels. But here is where we'll get our last couple of upgrades. I think we've been live for about 3 hours or so, and we've already at the Phazon mines. We're doing pretty good. If I was a speedrunner, you know, if I was actually like a professional speedrunner, I would have been done with this game a long time ago, but not really the case. We gotta scan. This type of turret is new, so make sure you scan it. They just happen to do more damage. However, one super missile will take them down easily. If we go up here, is our first save station of the mines. Make our way out of here. Sure you scan these two terminals so that way you can turn off the barrier so you can keep progressing further. Before I do that, actually no, I'll circle around. If you scan that little terminal, it actually disables the turrets here, and they won't shoot at you. There's only a few rooms that kind of tend to do that kind of thing. If you turn on your thermal visor, you'll see some hidden pirates here. This area loves to ambush you, by the way. So. I think that was the last one. However, in this section, we'll fight our first nuisance of the mines. They are a new type of space pirates. They are called wave troopers, and they are only weak to the wave beam. So we're gonna get some color-coded enemies here. So obviously, as the name implies, since later on we're gonna fight the power beam variants of these guys, the ice beam variant of these guys, and eventually the plasma beam variant. Not only do these guys do a ton of damage if you let them, especially on hard mode, but they just take forever to die. Thankfully, with the wave beam, they stay stunned if you hit them with a charge shot. The power beam variants, I like to kill with super missiles because they just die with one shot of the super missile. With come on, the wave beam, I just keep pelting them with charge shots from the wave beam, and the ice ones can actually be frozen. Unfortunately, they cannot be shattered with a missile. You can shatter them with a missile in the original though. But for whatever reason, they took it out in the remaster version. They just died. But we'll also get some more lore while we're at it. Yeah, we should be able to get the last bit of pirate lore in the Phazon mines. We'll read this pirate data. Initial Project Helix experiments with space pirate embryos were disastrous. The Phazon infusion process degenerated brain tissue even as it augmented muscle mass. None of what we have termed elite pirates lived to maturity. The few that survived their infanthood suffered severe psychotic breakdowns as juveniles, killing anything within their zone of perception. Research team Sclera made a recent breakthrough, in which parasite studies with a Phazon string code named Vertigo were highly successful. Since then, we have successfully fused Vertigo Phazon with Space Pirate DNA with great success. The latest batch of elite pirates have reached maturity successfully and are ready for field testing and training. Alright, so we lower the platforms, and we're gonna fight some more wave troopers along with some power troopers in this room right here. Oh, sometimes you can shoot them like right. Come on. Okay, sure, push me off, why don't you? Guess I'll just climb up the platform again. Okay, maybe I'll just do this the old-fashioned way. Where's the other one? There it is. We gotta go around. I'm gonna switch to my power beam because the power trooper's up there. Yeah, but just shooting it with super missile just automatically kills him. I don't think there's pirate data. No, there's not. That just activates the laser. So there's a door hidden behind one of these walls, but we are actually going to align this laser with a different wall because there is a missile expansion hidden behind one of them. Should be that one. Yep. Then activate the laser again. And there's the door. I don't care if I take damage. It's not that big of a deal. You get ambushed in this room, so be careful. Okay, so it's like hard filters. You lose a lot of health if you just let them like shoot you. I'm already down 3 tanks. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is it lagging? Okay, that was weird. I guess the game didn't like that there was like a bunch of stuff going on. We are going to use this part. Lay a bomb right there so that way we can align the spider ball tracks to the next section. Climb up here and there should be another little... Yeah, that one right there. Right now we're gonna focus on aligning the red path. The cool thing is, as it turns, the little hologram right next to it turns as well, so it can show you where it's being aligned to at the moment. We're gonna drop down and we're gonna align the bottom section here of the red path. We're gonna give it one more spin, and that should do it. Alright, so let's head up the red path now. Be careful with the wave trooper that's hiding here. Oh, he's up there. We're gonna drop down here. Doesn't matter. Gonna head to level 2 of the mines now. If you shoot this explosive box, it kills the pirates that are hiding in the ventilation system, as you can see right there. But it also grants us access to a new missile expansion. Here is where we there's some pirate lore here. Security Command issued an all-point alert after the fall of Zebes. The alert concerns Bioform Samus Aran, also known as the Hunter. Subject is heavily armed and extremely dangerous. Subject uses a powered armor suit of unknown design in battle, along with a number of potent beam and concussive weapons. All combat units are instructed to terminate Aran on sight, preferably in a fashion that will allow salvage of her powered armor suit and weapons. A considerable bounty will go to the unit who delivers Aran to command. Dead or alive, it matters not. Investigations into a possible ingress point for the impact crater continue to meet with failure. The shield of strange energy that protects it is impermeable, and all attempts to tunnel past it have proven fruitless. Our continued futility in this matter is made all the more significant in the light of the recent life form readings we've discovered emanating from deep within the crater. Analysis of the readings indicates that a massive creature is just gestating there, absorbing enormous amounts of phazon from the phazon core at the heart of the impact crater. This discovery makes accessing the crater doubly important. Not only will it open the door to the vast deposits of phazons within, but it will also lead us to this creature, whatever it may be. So continuing here, and the moment you step into this room, you're going to be fighting this elite pirate. Whenever it holds its hand up, do not shoot it with beam weapons, as it will absorb them. And use the energy from your beam weapons to fire with the mounted shoulder mounted turret. But it is very, very vulnerable to the super missile. I think it goes down after maybe like 3 or 4. See how it's holding its hand up like that? You don't want to shoot it with your beam when it's doing that. You just gotta wait until he does its little shockwave attack. Jump. And super missile it. So yep, 3 super missiles takes it down. Very, very, very easy enemies to defeat. Don't let their size intimidate you. They're pure fodder in my eyes. So in this room, we'll also fight the ice beam variants of the troopers. Here comes one right now. Yeah. So you can freeze them, but you can't shatter them with missiles. Makes me wish I was playing the original at this point. Okay, so here's my favorite pirate log entry in the game. It's very funny. Science team is attempting to reverse engineer Samus Aran's arsenal based off of data acquiring from her assaults on our forces. Progress is slow but steady. Command would dearly enjoy turning Aran's weapons against her. We believe we can implement beam weapon prototypes in 3 cycles. Aran's powers to technology remains a mystery, especially the curious morph ball function. All attempts at duplicating it have ended in disaster. 4 test subjects were horribly broken and twisted when they engaged our morph ball prototypes. Science team wisely decided to move on afterwards. So you can just imagine the space pirates trying to like to build these morph ball prototypes, and the pirates, some of the pirates being guinea pigs and just completely being mangled by said prototypes. It's pretty funny. That takes care of those guys. There's some more pirate data here, and not in this section, but in this next section of the room right here. One right here. Analysis continues on these cursed ruins and the Chozo temple that hovers near them. We are now completely certain that the containment field denying us access to the impact crater is linked to the strange artifacts that belong in the temple, but we are no closer to finding them or deciphering the riddles that seem to cover every wall of this ruined place. Command grows increasingly anxious for a resolution to this matter, so we must redouble our efforts. X-ray squadrons will begin terrain sweeps within days. Until they begin, patrols are instructed to report any and all architectural anomalies to their commanders. There have been numerous incidents involving spectral entities at Chozo ruin sites. Several personnel have been assaulted by these Chozo ghosts. Few have survived. Survivors speak of swift attacks from nowhere, brief sightings of the enemy, then nothing, only to be followed by another attack. Science team believes these attacks are in response to our efforts to recover Chozo relics and artifacts. However, these entities are able to interact with the physical world, and it appears they wish to keep their artifacts to themselves. We will make them pay for such arrogance, for even ghosts can be destroyed. Although we are still no closer to finding the artifacts of the Chozo, we have at least produced a viable hypothesis for their function. It appears that each of the artifacts corresponds to one of the statues on the temple platform, and that each one acts as a small key to a huge lock. Judging by the number of statues, we assume there must be 12 artifacts. Once we find the resting spots of all 12, we can bring them here, unite them with their statues, and open the gate system at long last. Once we do, the impact crater and whatever creature it shelters will be ours for the taking. The results are in from field studies on the bioform group Chozo, who we believe are extinct. We believe that Talon 4 was once a stronghold in a great Chozo empire, brought low by the meteor strike. Planetary devastation brought an end to the Chozo, yet remnants of their society remain. We are studying these relics in an attempt to harness their power. What is of no use to us, we destroy. In time, we shall have all we need from this dead race and shall wipe this planet clean of their ugly ruins. The dead should serve the living, not hinder them. Ugh. We have come to another dead end. It is clear now that we will never discover the locations of the Chozo artifacts until we can decipher the messages carved into the statues in this abominable temple. Our language databases are woefully inadequate, and our linguistic analysts can come up with little more than vague theories. The best hypothesis that we can offer is that finding artifacts will require items spiritually linked to the Chozo civilization. However, without these items, we are lost, and Command grows more impatient by the day. Results must be produced soon. And I think this one opens the disables the force field. I see it in my head, the Iron Man 2 movie when they tried to copy the suit and they broke the guy's spine. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and that pretty much it's the best way you can describe it too. All right, so as we continue. This part sucks. couple of power troopers down here. You can shoot us with the super missile. There's gonna be one right behind me. Oh, come on. Oh. Elite Pirate Upsilon's propensity for phase-on has enabled our research team to infuse it far beyond our safety restrictions, and the results have been extremely encouraging. Its constant phase-on diet has increased its mass exponentially, but it has retained all mental faculties and shows dexterity within all elite weaponry, including plasma incendiary launchers and the chameleon manta issued for cloaking purposes. Elite Pirate Upsilon exhibits miraculous healing abilities. When injured, it seeks out phase-on deposits and coats itself in its substance, which instantly mends the creature's wounds. The subject, which we are co-naming Omega Pirate based on these developments, shows potential to be a new standard for our armies. Our only concern at this point is its potential over-dependence on phase-on, and we will see that guy pretty soon-ish. Gonna go down here. And this is where we'll get the power bombs, and this is the reason why we also got the wave buster is for this enemy. You can't lock onto it. It is, but if you use the wave buster, it automatically locks onto it, and that's how you kill it. Just makes that fight super easy. Otherwise, you're kind of just manually having to shoot this guy. So now we just climb down here. And you don't need to scan that. And that's the power bomb. We just gotta follow this electrical maze to get there. I think we go down here. Oh, wrong way. Surprised I didn't get hit by that. Yeah, but now that we have the power bombs, we actually have to leave the phase-on mines to collect a couple more upgrades. More importantly, the X-ray visor and then the plasma beam. But not before I lay a power bomb here, so I open this area for later. Gotta scan this too. Might as well save. I was hoping for some missiles, but that's fine. Why is it lagging? Oh, come on. feel like it's lagging for whatever reason. Shouldn't be doing that. Wonder if it has to do with my capture card. Or maybe because it can't like... It doesn't like something that's going on the screen. Oh, I feel like it's... I feel like it doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it's when like maybe there's like too much stuff on the screen. Anyways, we gotta fight our next elite pirate here. Takes care of that guy. But now I only have one missile left, so I really need some missiles now. So in this room is actually our map room for the phase-on mines. And if you zoom out, it's a very large area, but it's divided into levels. It's not that bad. Gonna lay a power bomb here. So we can turn on the ventilation system here. And get rid of the poisonous gas. But it will also reveal an energy tank. Feel like there's some. Next one should be coming up right now. No, I'll come back and do that later. Got it. Oh, actually, before we leave the mines, we do need to blow up this pile of rubble. And this time we're going to be following the yellow path. So we're going to do 1, 2 more fall bombs. And then we're going to go to the next one. Just align the middle tower. One, two, three. That's connected, and now we are going to align the bottom portion of the tower. So one, actually no, it just needs one spin. All right, now let's head up the yellow path. And heading up this yellow path happens to be, we get the grapple beam. Nice, now that we have that, now we can leave this area. Oh yeah, gotta scan the grapple points as part of the 100%. Let's go through here. Exit through here. Just gonna kill some of those guys before. Okay, something's wrong with my capture card because it's not liking certain elements right now. There's an electrical node here that you want to shoot, and that will activate the terminal here. And when you scan this terminal right here, it activates the crane, which breaks open this wall to get another missile expansion. Okay, come on. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna fix something here real quick. Okay, that feels a lot better now. Yeah, I guess my capture card was acting up there for a bit. Figured I'd do a bit of a reset. But now I feel like it feels more fluid now. Sorry if it looked kind of like, if it looked like some frames were dropping in certain sections, or it just looked really laggy. But if it happens again, I'll reset it again. So we are going to leave the mines, and in this section of Talon Overworld, we are going to collect the X-ray visor. Actually, I do need some power bomb ammunition if I want to continue. There we go, perfect. Exactly what I needed. Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. We're a little bit over halfway done with the game. We are just collecting some of the major some of the last major power-ups right now before we go for 100% and do some of the late item cleanup. Ooh. Go up here. That should be the X-ray visor. There is a breakable hatch right here that we can break open with the bomb, which reveals the spinner device. We use the boost ball here so we can get our next Chozo artifact. Just gotta... see, we're at 53% for item completion, item collection, and 89% of scans. So we're almost there. For scans, at least. Don't worry, but we'll get the rest of the scans relatively. The rest of the items after we collect the plasma beam. I'm gonna activate the X-ray visor right now because we're about to fight some Chozo ghosts, and you can permanently see these guys with the X-ray visor. Makes things a lot easier. Where's the last one? And that takes care of all of them. Oh, shouldn't have jumped midway through that cutscene. see here. But killing those Chozo ghosts grants us an exit to this area. And now that we have the X-ray visor, we can go back to Magmore to get the plasma beam. I believe the fastest way out of here is by... Well, first let's get this expansion. Yeah, we're just gonna backtrack through a part of Chozo ruins first to get to Magmore. I'm gonna go through here. Might as well save. Here. Takes care of those guys. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well replenish my ammunition at my gunship. So now we can head back down to Magmore. gonna go take the left path. So in this room is the room where we'll be able to get the plasma beam. Just gotta climb up here. Just the grapple beam. Take the rail up here, drop down, and there should be a bomb slot up here. Yep, there it is. And we are going to follow this rail system to get to the plasma beam. If any of the enemies right here on these rail systems get on your way, you could just lay a bomb in their path and that'll just kill them. Land here. Whoa. And there's the plasma beam. Probably the strongest weapon in the game. It just literally melts through enemies. It's great. But now that we have every major weapon in the game, before I do that, actually, let me do something here. Where's the hint system? I'm gonna just turn the hint system off because otherwise it's gonna keep bothering us as we're collecting items here and there. See if I'm going the right way. Okay, yeah. Before we continue with the phase on mines, I'm just gonna do some late item cleanup here. Alright. What's great about this beam too is like single shots just like stuns enemies. And the fully charged shot just melts them. It's great. elevator. Can I head behind me? And the plasma beam can break up, melt, or I guess shatter the ice in this case. See here, where do I want to go first? I guess I'll go here. We're gonna use this guy to grapple across, if it lets me. Should be able to make that. Yep. Shoot that stalactite with a missile. There's the missile. Might as well get rid of those guys right now before they become an issue. But now we are going to climb up top to the top of this room. There actually is a fake wall here that you can power bomb. If you activate your visor, you'll see that there's a door behind this wall. So you just lay a power bomb here for another artifact. Top right here, we'll use this guy to grapple across for a powerbomb expansion. And then do, let's go all the way to the bottom. Get rid of those guys. this room. Gonna backtrack a bit to this room over here. You gotta love the plasma beam. Break the ice here to reveal a grapple point from here. Get our next expansion. Now we can just, we'll just keep collecting some items before we progress further down the mines. Okay, that was annoying, that's fine. Okay, I missed a jump there. That's fine. What the hell? Gonna make our way all the way to the top of this room. And we are going to head back to the room where we fought Thardis, because there is another expansion there we can get with the use of our grapple beam. Oh. Here's the grapple points I was mentioning. So, 2. Now that we're here, let's collect the rest of the expansions and Fenjana drifts. So we're gonna make a quick detour back to this pirate research lab real quick. But since we have the plasma beam, it makes these fights a lot easier. That's why I love using this beam. It's just funny how they just disintegrate like that. Ugh. Oh, this is the room with the I wonder if I could just shoot them from it. That's fine. Takes care of those guys. Make our way to the top here. Whoa. Oh, I almost got him. Oh, boy, I did get him. Gonna melt the ice here on this window so we can shoot a missile at those tanks over there. It will cause the tower to collapse, which will break this wall. And we can enter through that little hole with our morph ball, which actually has another artifact inside. Come on. Alright. 62 and 89. Okay, we're making some progress. But now that we got our artifact, we can leave this area and never come back. Thank God. This area just sucks. I think I'm going the right... Yeah. Now we're gonna make our way out of here. and continue acquiring any expansions here in Fendrana. Just stop using the thermal visor because that thing sucks. Alright, let's make our way down here actually. Should be getting another power bomb expansion here. Shoot this ice. And there you go. God, this beam is so overpowered. I love it. Alright. We are going to head back to that area where we got the wave beam, and from there we are going to collect another artifact. But before we enter, shoot that thing with the super missile, scan it, and that opens a little hatch, so you can climb up the tower with the spider ball, and collect another expansion. Drop down. Yeah, DSG, we're still going at it right here. We are actually doing the late game cleanup since I have every major power up now. So I might as well just collect all the expansions that we can before we actually finish the game. Because at this point we only need we need to fight three more major bosses before we finish the game. So back up here, there's this frozen statue right here. Shoot that with the plasma beam. And you can enter morph ball mode to land into its hands, and it opens up this little entrance right here, which has another artifact. How's your guys' BDSP run going? Did you beat the league already? $65.89. Okay, cool. We're doing good. Climb down. Thank God for the boost wall. It makes things so much quicker. Okay, we're gonna climb down. God, it's so funny. Conversations are interesting. Ooh. Pray tell if you wanna share with the class here, or don't. I'm not gonna harp you on it. So now that we have the plasma beam, we can unlock. We can shatter some of this ice. We are going to go back into this room. Oh, threading the needle. How about that? Cool thing about the plasma beam is it can actually wreck this enemy, the Sheegoth. Normally you'd have to kill it with either missiles or bombs, but the plasma beam says, nah, I'm cool, die. There's another missile expansion behind this ice. But before we leave this room, there is another missile expansion if we climb up here. Got stuck on the geometry there for a bit. Go into Morph Ball mode and climb up the Spider Ball track. So now we have 165 missiles. We're doing pretty good. I'm not going to be able to do this again, but we can try. That was pretty cool. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's leave Andrana for right now and collect some of the stuff that we missed in Magmore. You want to show up anytime there, bud? Barely got him. Okay, so actually, now that I'm here, I can get yet another artifact. Climb up here. And use the spinner device to activate this bridge. Space jump across. And in this room you'll find another artifact. But if you go into Morph Ball mode and lay a power bomb here, it opens up a hatch, which drops you down into a room that has a powerbomb expansion. That way, it's a 2-in-1, meaning less backtracking. And the way out of here is through this tunnel here. Oh, speaking of power bombs, this bridge looks a little cracked. If you lay a power bomb here, it breaks the bridge, and underneath it is the super missile upgrade for the ice beam called the Ice Spreader. Very, very useful combo. I think, yeah, head back here. Let me just look at the map real quick. Making sure that going back the way I want to. Which looks like I am. Okay, cool. We are now gonna head back to Chozo Ruins and get some of the last items that are there, as well as some of the artifacts that are waiting for us. Wonder if I could shoot his legs right here. Got him. Okay, so funny thing about this, so I believe it's this rock right here has a missile behind it. If I activate my X-ray visor, it's right there. In order to break open this rock, I think you need to shoot a couple missiles, but I like shooting a super missile at it. Now you're wondering, how do we get there? Well, if we activate our X-ray visor, there are some hidden platforms we can jump across. Except I botched the jump there. Oh. Alright, cool. We got it. Alright, now we can leave Magmore. I might as well do a quick save here before we continue. Okay, we're gonna head up here. Alrighty, let's see here. Let's see here. What is my best route at the moment? Okay, I guess I'll go left first. We'll destroy these nests before they become an issue. Scan these runes so that way we can open the path up. 3, and this one should be up here. There we go. This will let us backtrack up to the boss room where we fought Flagra. Because right now that room is now being It's now infested with some Chozo ghosts that we need to kill. Killing all the Chozo ghosts will yield another artifact that we need in order to beat the game. Speaking of ghost. I scanned these right here. Come on, there we go. So, since we have the X-ray visor, we don't have to worry about waiting for them to spawn every time. We just do this. Interesting how it didn't lock on. Oh, I missed one. Okay, that's fine. Oh, come on. Okay, cool. Takes care of that. I'm gonna open the map here real quick to see what would be my best route. I got that. Okay, cool. So what I'll do is... yeah, I'll backtrack through there. Perfect. Yeah, and I want to go, or actually, okay, that's fine. I'll just go right here. Nope, I want to go over there. There's... you want to powerbomb this wall right here? Not only does it have a powerbomb expansion, it comes with a bit of Chozo lore as well. The power of our temple and the 12 artifacts is sealed and evil in the depths of this planet. However, the future is cloudy to us. A world of fails where dark apparitions flit in the shadows. Within this strange world, one image stands out in the mist, flickering through this landscape, wraith-like. It is a human, a lone figure shining in the toxic shadows. We Chozo do not know what it is, but our hearts swell with hope at the promise of that glowing light. We will place our faith in our shrine. We will be there when the light shines upon our land. Before we actually exit this room, behind these branches and vines, there is a missile expansion. I remember this being the missile expansion it was the last one I needed for 100% back in the day. That drove me crazy. But here we'll fight some more Chozo ghosts. Takes care of those guys. And that opens up these hatches. That one activates the exit, but the other one activates a little lift, so we can get our next energy tank. Oh, I barely made that. Gotta be careful with the little like pistons here. Here you can use the kinda have to align yourself properly. Let's see, we now have a total of 180 missiles. It's pretty good. Making some pretty good progress. We're gonna head back to this section of rooms here real quick. For our next expansion. First things first, break this block. And continue on with this little maze right here to collect a missile expansion. 185. In the next room, there will be yet another missile expansion. It'll be in this little tunnel right here. Okay. Now we're gonna backtrack real quick to our where I wanna go again? Okay. are going to head back to this room, this series of rooms. We are gonna go take a dip into the water, space jump up here to get a missile expansion. You need the gravity suit for that. Next things, and then the next thing we'll do is make our way topside. Do a little bit of platforming, shoot this guy, shoot that guy. Get rid of these guys with the charge beam. My god, that's disgusting. And we're gonna head down this tunnel. There's gonna be break that grate to reveal a missile expansion, and then go up this rail for another one. So now we have a total of 205 missiles, so we're almost there. I want to say I got everything in this part of Chozo Ruins, at least. Just by looking at some of these rooms, I get a visual image of what I might be missing. Okay, I know where to go. Ooh, that's a lot of missiles. I actually forgot to get this energy tank that's here, so I'll get it right now before I forget. Climb up here again. Alright, Chozo goes through now. I'll fight him. Man, these guys are annoying. As you can see, the X-ray visor reveals there's like a fake floor right here. You could just power bomb this, and it reveals a half pipe. Use the momentum of the boost ball to propel your way upwards to that spider ball track. Oh, come on. weird. I'm not getting enough speed. There we go. These guys can be defeated with the bombs. Have to like carefully navigate this section. Just align yourself by carefully watching where your shadow is. You drop down. Perfect. And make your way up top. And that's the missile expansion for this room. We are now going to head to that one room that had some Chozo, where we fought our first Chozo ghost. There we go. Takes care of all of them. And we are going to activate the last of these nodes right here. The ice beam bomb slot yields us an energy tank, but the plasma beam one yields us one of the artifacts. Nice, landed in it once again. There's that energy tank I was mentioning. We are almost at full capacity here for energy tanks. We just need one more, and the last energy tank is in the phase on mines. Immediately after beating the boss, actually. Before we leave, I'm actually gonna replenish my missiles here in this recharge station. Don't need to watch the cutscene, so I just skip it. So let's switch to the plasma beam and get that artifact. Perfect. Go down here, and it should be right behind me. There it is. And we are missing three more artifacts. Two of them are in the phase on mines, and one of them is in Talon Overworld, which will take us to the final area of the game. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. So we have 86% items and 90% scan. So this is great progress. This pretty much lets us know that we're nearing the end of the game. But now that I think, I'm gonna double check my map here again. Yes, I believe we have gotten everything in Chozo Mines. So let's head back to the Phazon Mines and finish that area once and for all. These guys are annoying sometimes. already 5:18 in my my neck of the woods here, and we've been going at it for almost 5 hours, so sounds about right for this stretch of the game. Don't want to go here, I want to head down there. Eight 10 in New York, yeah, sounds about right. You guys are 3 hours ahead of us. Out. Alright, let's head back to Phazon Mines. Gonna see the. Oh, I appreciate you sticking around, Jack. We are almost. I wouldn't say we're almost. I want to say we're like maybe. Or we're getting there though. Could go the long way, but want to. Okay. So if you go into Morpho mode here, lay a power bomb there. So right behind it is a missile expansion. See something. Actually, I do need to go through here. Oh wait, these are the purple guys. Man, those guys are annoying. I think there's ice troopers up here, if I recall correctly. Yep. Did I scan this guy? Oh, I did not scan him. I had a feeling that I didn't scan him. Went all the way up here so we can lay another power bomb up there, scan this terminal, and that disables the force field on the lower floor of this room. Because behind that door is the super missile upgrade for the plasma beam, the flamethrower. Probably the worst beam combo in the game, because it's a short range weapon and it just eats through your missiles. As long as you're holding down the button, the plasma beam is already powerful enough as is. You do not need the flamethrower, but we get it for 100% completion. Shoot this. I don't want to do this. If I go up there and I go. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. We're gonna make our way back up again because we need to fight a certain enemy that is holding an artifact. Whoa. Felt weird. Once you destroy these turrets, before they become an issue down the line. I think that's it. All right, so this guy's a missable scan. So the moment you lay a power bomb, make sure you scan him. So this guy's a face on elite. It's kind of like the face on. It's kind of like the like the elite pirates that we've been fighting earlier, except that this guy does not have a shoulder-mounted turret. He just happens to be a lot stronger. So all he'll do is just do shockwave attacks, but he does them relatively faster. But he can suck up your super missile, so be careful about the whole. When he has his hand up, do not shoot him whatsoever. Okay, I did not double jump that. There we go. And that's the end of that guy. But killing him grants us another artifact. So 89%, 91%, we're doing pretty good. What's my fastest way here? Well, I'm already here. Might as well just continue through this normally. Oh, come on. Ow. I knew there was one more turret, I just didn't know where it was. There's gonna fall through here. I wanna say... we'll take the yellow path because we had already connected it from the last time we were in this room. And then we'll just drop down to one of the lower floors here to continue on. I can make this right here, yeah. Once again, we'll just drop down through here real quick. Wow, I just went through all of those. Don't think I've ever done that before. Alright, so now we are continuing down to level 2. Got an easy quick kill with those guys. Activate my thermal visor here so I can lock onto these guys. takes care of those guys. Back up here. If I recall correctly, we're about to fight another elite pirate that just happens to break out of its... These guys respawn. It's a little bit annoying. We're about to have a very, very cramped fight right now. Oh, at least this guy doesn't have a turret. Takes care of that guy. I think that's the last elite pirate you fight, which they are missable, so because there's only 3 of them in the game. Right here, I'm gonna show you how the ice spreader works. Here's a couple of pirates I can test that on, if they happen to stand still, but they didn't. But we'll do a quick save here real quick. Put down this little hole to avoid all the turret fire. If you scan that terminal, it deactivates the rest of them. And I think, yeah, this is the room I want to be in to progress further down the mines. Okay, and when you scan this, it disengages the force field. Funny enough, you do that, you see the pirates fighting the Metroids. Well, actually, this guy kind of came up top and started doing dumb stuff. I'm not gonna kill him just yet, because I want to show what happens. I guess it's not happening. Okay. Usually, what happens is like it happened with the one at the bottom. It just didn't show. But what's supposed to happen is the Metroids will lock onto the pirates and actually just suction off their energy. It's pretty funny. But since we have the ice beam, these guys are easy pickings now. Here is you obviously don't want to touch the phase arm right there. It's highly radioactive and it will hurt like hell. In order to get across, we need to have the X-ray visor to safely jump on these platforms and make it to the other side. Metroids are highly susceptible to the cold, and just shooting them once will freeze them, and you can just shatter them with a missile. There's some fake walls right here that you can blow up with power bombs, which leads to another expansion. So make sure you have plenty of power bombs before you... Oh, actually, it's just 2 walls. Okay, it's not that bad. Jump up here, make your way across. Activate your X-ray visor for a platform that will take you up here to a missile expansion. Oh, I barely did not make that. Follow the tracks up here. And this will take you, should take you, to the next level of the mines. Underneath this little mushroom cap is a missile expansion. And I have enough energy tank, so I can take some damage here. There are some... I think if actually a fully charged plasma beam can get rid of these Metroids too. Okay, I lied. But it does make them angry. So these rooms are filled with hunter Metroids and they're pretty annoying for the most part. Weird. Even manual aiming doesn't work. Oh, I did not know that they could still damage you if they're frozen. Good to know. Don't think this is the room with a missile expansion. I think it's the next room that has it. Blow this up with a power bomb. And let's continue on. This room has a as an artifact, but currently I cannot get it because I need the phazon suit, which we will get relatively soon. I mean, I have enough energy tanks, but I just don't want to get it right now. It's fine. I'll backtrack for it. Pretty sure regular Metroids, yeah, they die to a fully charged plasma beam. I believe this is the room. Grapple to these shrooms. Oh, okay, I guess I thought I could make that. Ugh, looks gross. Yeah, this is the one that has the missile expansion. Just lay a bomb there and we could grab it. So let's make our way back. I don't know if I can make that. I can try though, but push comes to shove, I could just make this one instead. I just need to time my jump here. There we go. I think this is a, yep, missile station. Probably make this back. Or not. Alright, I guess I'll just backtrack back. Now we wait for this guy to come back. These guys are invisible, so make sure you just equip your wave beam to kill them without any issues. Okay, we're in the last part right here. These are plasma troopers. Our first time encountering them. Make sure you scan them though. Alright, so we're about to fight the boss right now. There we go. One up there, but that's a wave trooper. And we'll reach some wall while we're at it. Not before shooting that with the super missile for another expansion. Hello? As we continue to observe the development of Project Helix's elite pirates, it becomes increasingly obvious that these warriors will usher in a new era of space pirate dominance. Their incredible resistance to damage and their ability to transport and wield so many weapons at once makes them the ideal mainstays of our ground forces. Though they are not as quick as typical pirates, it makes little difference. With a platoon of elite pirates in the vanguard of an army of normal and flying pirates, we will have a near indestructible backbone that should turn the tide in any engagement. I don't know about that one, buddy, but you can, I guess... A man can dream, I guess. Or in this case, a pirate. Okay, we're going to do... I'm gonna save here real quick before we fight the boss of the Phase Online's so-called Project Helix, or the Omega Pirate. Or I think it's Project Upsilon. One of the two. Oh, forgot about this guy. Should be it. Shoot the ice right there to unlock the door. And then you can scan the boss before he breaks out of the case here, so just get close enough. And we have a scan of the Omega Pirate now. Let's check and see how much our scan and item completion. So we're at 93 and 94. We're getting there. We're getting there. Almost there. I remember this boss giving me such an issue on my first playthrough because I didn't understand how to defeat it. But pretty easy. Obviously pretty easy to me now. You have to shoot these little like phase-on guards. And the plasma beam does great work of that. Once you do that, I like to switch to the power beam. And then it'll spawn pirates, but what I like to do, I like to ignore them. It's fine if they damage me. I really don't care. What I'm kind of focusing on at the moment is the Omega Pirate spawning back. And shooting a super missile as it's trying to like recover its phase-on plating again. Look at that, it's already almost halfway dead. One more super missile should do the trick. There we go. It was about to get its last plating back, but there we go. That's the Omega Pirate. You could still do this strategy in hard mode. It'll take a couple more super missiles, and more than likely, it'll get its plating back, at least for one cycle of the boss fight. But with the Omega Pirate defeated, it gives us a new armor, the face-on suit. And what this suit does is grants us immunity to phase-on, which is a very, very nice immunity. That takes care of that. Just gonna check my scans here real quick. There should just be... Okay, I know where the last pirate data is. Chozo lore. Should be just two. Okay, yeah, I know where the last two are at. For creatures... Research... Okay, I got everything for research. Artifacts, I know where the last two are. In terms of creatures, it should be... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I'm missing now. Keyword should be. What? That okay? That's 1. That's 2. That's 3, 4, 5. Okay, yep. We are at the pace that we need to be. We're actually gonna backtrack a bit for that one room where I said the last artifact is, so let's go and get that real quick. We need to scan these guys though. These are fission Metroids. If you do enough damage to them, they split into two Metroids that are weak to corresponding beam weapons. But what I like to do is let it grab me and lay a power bomb, and that just kills it automatically. I'll just ignore these guys for right now. If they grab me, that's fine. Gotta love those power bombs. Alright, so now we're back to this room, and we have the Phazon suit. And follow this long, winded tunnel to get us to an artifact. Okay, sounds good. Gotta head back up there now. That was pretty funny. Takes care of that. Alright, we're gonna head back to the boss room and exit from there. But then we have fusion. Take the elevator up. Camera? Whoa, okay. That was weird. And here's our last energy tank. Interesting. Never had that happen before. Okay. That's pretty funny. I guess these Metroids aren't immune to Phazon, they just explode on contact. There is a missile expansion here we can get. It's behind that wall. That needs to be blown up with a power bomb. Alright, where am I at? 96%. Am I missing 4 items? Oh, I'm missing. Oh boy, I did a lot. push this guy off. Hoping that they couple here. All right. Don't shoot me down. Okay, thank God. Sure. Okay, I thought I could make that. Guess not. Hello? Okay. Okay, okay. Shoot that turret. Whoa, okay, I almost overdid it with that jump there. Did I not hit? Hold up. I'm actually gonna jump back down real quick. Oh, that's this little tunnel here. I don't think there's anything here if I recall correctly. It's just, yeah, some debris. Alright, yeah. Let's head back up there then. Pretty much done with the mines now. I don't need to grapple, I can just walk across the phase zone. And this should lead us back to Magmore Caverns. Let's see here. Hey Rona, welcome back. We're actually almost done with the game. I need to collect need to get a couple more items and a few more scans, and that should be it. this elevator back up. All right. Thanks, Rona. Appreciate it. I'm gonna get rid of this guy here real quick. Grapple across here. There are some invisible platforms that you can see with the X-ray visor. But most importantly, there's a missile expansion behind the fake wall as we climb up here. Right here. And then our last missile expansion should be behind this door up here. There it is. Oh, I missed that jump. That's fine. I'm gonna do one last quick save here. If you give me 1 second, I will actually be right back. I need to take a... oops, didn't mean to do that. Gonna take a quick bathroom break, so I will be right back. Yes, chair stream, and I'm back. All right, let's go beat the game. make our way up here. Man, I always like whenever I play a video game and I know I'm like near the end, I'm just like, oh man, I can't believe the journey's almost over. There are just those games where I was just like, man, I wish the journey never stopped, but it is what it is. All right, this is our last lore of pirate data, so we're gonna read this. Field team reports are in on an H structure of alien design built on the surface of Talon 4. Studies show the structure projects a containment field. This field bars access to a prime source of energy within the deep crater. Science team believes the field is powered by a number of strange Chozo artifacts. We have found some of these relics and studies on them have begun. As this field could hinder future energy production operations on Talon 4, we must dismantle it as soon as possible. If this means the destruction of the Chozo artifacts, it will be done. Alright. Last long hallway, and in the next room there should be the last two pieces of Chozo lore here. Throughout our living nightmare, as we battle with this unyielding darkness, we Chozo see a light. This light glows with promise, chasing the shadows cast by the great poison and purifying that which has grown toxic. It is strange, though. At times it looks to our eyes as if the light coalesces into the figure of a woman. Burning brightly, the luminescence descends from space, then retreats back into the infinite blackness from whence it came. When this prophecy comes to pass, when the light recedes, the Chozo's long vigilance of containment will finally come to an end. I really like this too because like this little this little window right here is shaped like a visor. We'll see it as we pop up from the other side. The containment of the great poison. This task has fallen to the Chozo, and we will not flee from our duty. Even as we suffer with the land and its creatures, we will pour our will into the 12. The artifacts which form the lock that holds this great evil at bay in the depths of the planet. This lock must stand up to all who might come to assault it, to preserve the power of the seal and protect it from those who would meddle for their own designs. We will spread the artifacts across the land, hiding them from prying eyes. The lock must never open until the day comes when this disaster can finally be put right. Alright. And down here should be our last artifact. This is the Chozo artifact. Collected and scan the totems here for clues on the locations of the remaining artifacts. Together, the artifacts will open the path to the center of the impact crater. So yeah, if you've come here first and get this Chozo artifact, you can scan the other totems here, and they will tell you clues on where to get the rest. But since I already got all of them, and this is my last one, we can head to the impact crater in the final area. And there we go. Item collection is at 100%, but we still need 3 more scans. Actually, 4 more scans. With all 12 artifacts collected, they open up the entrance to the impact crater. Oh yeah, that armor is pretty... We just got it like a couple minutes ago, Rona. I think you just missed it. We fought a boss called the Omega Pirate, and upon killing it, it gives us that armor. You know, it's what I would have said if we would have entered the impact crater, had it not been for our favorite little space pirate dragon riddles here. I love this. I love this remix of this theme though. It's really good. Now that we've scanned Redley here. The plasma beam just like shred Redley's health. I'll turn to Morph Bomb to dodge some of its attacks here. That barely hit me. I wonder if I could time this. I don't think that did any damage. Almost at the second phase here. My missile's still following it. Okay, I guess he just decided to activate aimbot there. Yeah. Okay, now we're at phase 2. Okay, this is where I want to use the Wave Buster because this part sucks. That usually stuns it. If I was playing the GameCube version, that's fine. shot at you rolled. Oh, I had it. There we go. And that's the last we'll ever see of Redley ever again. No foreshadowing whatsoever. But with Meta Redley defeated, the Chozo, or the benevolent Chozo ghosts will still open a pathway to the impact crater. Actually, I need the plasma beam. Now we are at the final area of the game, the impact crater. And we can fight the final boss. I wonder who it is. Okay, so we go in here, open this door. The good thing is that this final area doesn't really have a lot. It's only comprised of a... Hello? It's only comprised of a couple of rooms. So we'll scan this guy. This little gecko guy here is called a Lumigek. Gex playthrough 1. I don't know, I've never played that game. We'll just kill all of them for right now. This red stuff here is Phazon, but it is basically more radioactive than blue Phazon, so our current Phazon suit will not protect us from this Phazon. God, there's so many of them. It's okay, eventually they'll die out. Eventually. You know what? Screw this. Should have just did this to begin with. All right. This room sucks because it is. A bunch of Metroids are here. I usually just ignore them. They can hit you out of your jumps, so be careful as you're jumping about. It's fine. It's okay if one latches onto you. Just lay a power bomb and it'll kill them automatically. It's pretty great. So we're gonna continue this platforming section here. They do respawn, so you kinda wanna hoof it as you get through this part. Don't hit me. We are gonna recharge our missiles here real quick before fighting the final boss. Exit, and we are at 98%. We just need 2 more scans, and both of those are from the final boss. First of all, we're gonna kill these Metroids while we're at it. So here comes one, here comes the other one. The other one didn't come. Okay, that's fine. Owie. Don't hit me. Ah. There we go, that's fine. And then we just... This is the last little hallway section before entering the room that has the final boss. Come on. There we go. And there he is. I love the theme. This theme, by the way, it's really good. If you guys have never beaten this game or gotten far enough, it all comes full circle. This is Metroid Prime. Highly evolved Phazon producing life form. The aberration known as Metroid Prime is the source of Phazon, making it immensely powerful. A genetic flaw makes it susceptible to certain weapons for brief periods. Only its head is truly vulnerable. Other attacks are a nuisance. Offensively, Metroid Prime has a number of natural and mechanical weapons at its disposal. These include ultra-frigid breath, multi-missiles, snare beams, and particle wave projectors. Its massive strength and barbed carapace make it lethal in melee combat. Recommend maximum firepower when engaging this enemy. The Metroid Prime is real, yes, Rona. What I like to do is, since I have everything at my disposal, it's weak to the wave beam. If it's purple, that means it's weak to the wave beam. I just use the wave buster and just... Now it's gonna change to the power beam. I just hit it with super missiles. There we go. The more you damage it, the more it'll like dig into like these sub levels. Once it gets weak, it will charge at you, so use these little like morph ball tonals to quickly boost to the other side. I think it's wave beam? Yeah, it was wave beam. This guy will drain your missiles, by the way. I think it goes down. Yep. When he snares you like that, just use the boost ball to break away. You can shoot these projectiles down with missiles. Okay, cool. So this should be the last sub-level before we finish it off. Oh, this is the part where it just starts switching sporadically between beam weaknesses. Oh, I forgot I can do that. Ugh. Watch that dodge. Okay, that's it. Is there a reason why this one looks like a beetle? I thought the Metro. So the I don't know if you were here for it, Rona, but this blue stuff you see here in the impact crater, even the red stuff that you saw, the Phazon, it has highly mutagenic properties. So Metroids, yes, originally do look like jellyfish, but this Metroid in particular, was just exposed to so much Phazon that it just mutated its entire physiology, making it look like this beetle. But that's not its true form. That's its true form. There's your jellyfish, by the way. This guy, well, let me read the little flavor text first. Metroid Prime, the core essence of Metroid Prime. Scans indicate that the phase-on energy form of Metroid Prime is invulnerable to all conventional weapons. Only attacks from a phase-on fused arm cannon will damage it. It generates pools of phase-on when it attacks. Use these to fuel your suit's phase-on weapon system. The entity can also spawn Metroids to assist it in battle, rendering itself invisible when it does so. So the core of Metroid Prime can only be damaged by our Phazon beam, but we have to wait until like it generates a pool of Phazon. We step into that pool and it charges up our Phazon beam, which we can then damage it with. So right now we kind of just have to like look at it and stand pretty as we double jump these shockwaves, which is, it's a very easy fight. At this point it's more like a victory lap. Like it's kind of hard to like lose in this fight at this point. When it does that pose, that means it's about to generate a Phazon pool. And it's gonna cycle between forms of invisibility. So right now, where's the pool? So we step into his pool, and we shoot it with the Phazon beam. It goes into our beam goes into something called hyper mode, and from there we're able to shoot it with the Phazon beam. So now we have to wait until it generates the next pool of Phazon. Let me read chat real quick. Yeah, it's still a brainy jellyfish. Switches to the thermal visor now. I really like how the arm cannon looks in hyper mode though. I honestly prefer fighting its first form as opposed to this one, because at this one it just becomes like a waiting game. Should generate a pool now. Die. should be able to kill it with 2 more pools of phase on. Should be a pull right here. Yep. Maybe. Hopefully we can kill it with the next pull. It's looking a little close. Sometimes it'll change it'll switch up its camouflage without generating a pull. It's a little annoying when it does that. Oh, here we go. That's it. And we're done with the game. Oh, so that was Metroid Prime. We're just gonna watch the last couple of cutscenes that happened, because you get 2 extra cutscenes if you get, I think it's 75% item completion, and you get another one for getting 100% item completion. So the nucleus of Metroid Prime says, no, I'm not done just yet, and just siphons your phase-on suit out of you. Pay attention to why it does that, though. It'll be important for the final cutscene of the game. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, Jack. Time. So normally, if you don't meet the I guess the quota, the game just ends here with Samus escaping.
The Chozo's faith in Samus has been well rewarded.
I forgot about this part.
Now, a new star shines in the universe. The bounty hunter, Samus Aran. What future and fate await her?
So if you meet the requirements, you get this shot of her taking off her helmet. It's not in the if you got less than 75%, it doesn't show this scene. Also, I forgot about the voiceover cutscenes, which only happen at the very beginning of the game and at this part. So you get that cutscene, and then you get this banger of a theme for the credits song. But the final cutscene happens after the credits roll. I think I can scroll through this pretty quick. Usually happen. You can do it in the original GameCube release. Wonder if I could do it in this one. I cannot. Oh wait. Yeah. She looks a little different because, again, Rona, this is a remastered version of the GameCube game. Like in the original GameCube release, she didn't look that much better, but at least in remastered, she looks somewhat better. She looks a bit older in this one, but then when you play Metroid Prime 2, she looks really young. It's kind of weird. They didn't even wait until the next one to take away her suit. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I can skip the credits if you guys want me to, so we can just get to the final cutscene. Do it. Okay. I'll skip it. Alright. So this is the... This is one of the extra cutscenes. It just shows her flying away. And then it shows us our little percentage complete in total time. 5:37? Well, that's in-game time, obviously. Right now I've been streaming for about a little over 6 hours. And now it should show us the final cutscene for 100%. So this should give you... This should be a dead giveaway of what Metroid Prime becomes. For those who know. Yeah, I'll save. Yeah, it's the lack of banks. I agree, Rona. Because in this one, she only takes off just the helmet. In Metroid Prime 2 and 3, she takes off the entire suit, and you see her with the Zero suit. But yeah, yes, Rona. Metroid Prime is Dark Samus. That is basically the reveal right there. But yeah, that was Metroid Prime. We will definitely be playing Metroid Prime 2 probably next weekend. I'm going to have to ask my good friend that owns a dolphin to help me out with that. That dolphin will help us play Metroid Prime 2. Dolphins are pretty smart creatures after all. But yeah, let me check. Did I get a faster time from my... Oh wow, barely faster by like 6 minutes. So I guess yeah. And then I was currently playing through a hard mode run earlier this week, and I haven't beaten it yet, but I'll get to it eventually. Hard mode it's just a chore. Enemies are just bullet sponges. Exactly, Rona. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this on this playthrough of Metroid Prime for 100%. It was really fun. I will always love this game. It stays very near and dear to my heart. I think my buddy Gabe is still on chat. He's actually the one that got me into the Metroid series. So if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been playing this game at all whatsoever, or the series in general. So shoutouts to Gabe. We'll definitely play Metroid Prime 2 next week. I'm gonna have to set up I'm going to have to set up a schedule for that. Maybe Saturday or Sunday. I can't do Friday because I work Fridays, and by the time I get back home, it's a bit too late for that. But yeah, I'll definitely keep you guys posted. Also, thank you, Rona. Thank you for the kind words. I do my best. I'm just starting out in the end. But yeah, I think I'll call it here. Thank you guys once again for joining. I will see you guys in the next stream, hopefully. Other than that, y'all take care and peace. Oh, it's gonna be Metroid Prime 2 system. So stay tuned for that one. All right, guys. Y'all take care.